back on
That
the
was
page.
that was terrible. Sorry.
No. I'm sure George agrees to the thing. I mean, it's George and the other guys who were before, me, everybody. A lot of people were before me, but it's the same idea that's what frustrates them, and that's what's turned a lot of them off. Because they did some hard work, they did some things. Okay, some of it is guesswork, some of it is assumption, some of it is, but it's proven or certainly shown to be, pretty close to being right. Absolutely, there's no way to get a confirmation as far as until JJP says something about something that he knows for sure. I mean, there's never going to be. So you're right. It does seem like there's more. A lot of people want to find that unique creativity, that thing, and it would be okay, in my opinion. Or it's okay for them to do it, but it should be in one of those 12 cities at least.
If you can't agree on that, you're likely not going to agree with the whole theory.
Exactly. That's what it just boggles my mind lately that, and those aren't all newer people. A lot of times it's a lot of people who've been around for enough to understand that there are, 12 cities, and that it's going to be within that city. Now, exact city limit or however you might find a little loophole of, I don't know, the edge of the city isn't quite in the city. I don't know, but it's just common sense stuff that you narrow it down, and we've got the lat longs, and you kind of got the idea of I don't know, some of the other clues, visual clues, and so. And now we know it's this 12 cities, and we know it's the 12 paintings that go with each of the cities. The only thing we don't have a perfect confirmation is, or, somebody saying absolutely the 12 verses going with each. But I'd say there's 99%, 10 of them for sure. The other two could be switched, and there's still a little debate, which makes it interesting and really fun. But still, I'll give you a little leeway on a verse, but it should still lead you to somewhere in the same city, not to Oregon. That's my head blowing thing. It's like somewhere in St. Augustine, if you use the wrong verse or a different verse, you might get somewhere, and that would be true because it might lead you somewhere else. If it's a coincidence you found the cast, great, then maybe we'll have to adjust all of our thinking. But I think you still have to end up in, and I'm just using St. Augustine for that one, but, in there. It just seems, after 43 years and, and 25 or so that they really have been concentrating on this, I think they kind of, I think we've got to that point where you could say, okay, it's got to be in that 12 city area. I don't think that's unreasonable. But yet people think, you're closed-minded for not accepting that there could be a possibility. Anybody who wants to I've clicked on a few people. And George, I guess, I don't know, you can turn on the recorder if you want to turn on the live thing. It's up to you. Whenever you feel like it's interesting, I guess. I don't know if anybody's YouTubing it tonight. So what else is up? Anybody want to say anything? Anybody who doesn't have their hand up, Sarah, if you want to say hi and all that kind of stuff. I did it this way because I didn't know what we were doing exactly. So somebody just gave up. I think they just had enough. They probably had a spot outside of St. Augustine and just gave up. So what, Erica, tell anything new on the anniversary hunt? Anything?
Actually, yeah. I was gonna wait until later, but
we can wait. Kathy said she'll be here later. If
that's what I thought.
She said she had to go. She had to go out to dinner, so we can come back to that. That's not a big deal.
It's nothing big, but it's fun.
Okay, so we'll just wait.
Just the website. You already know about it.
Oh yes. Okay, we'll make sure we bring up that. That's very detailed. And you can, there's a button that if you want to talk, all you have to do is you hit it or something, and then I'll give you you can permission and accept to, okay. Okay, Sarah, I get it. I kind of wondered. But that was it. I think I've been grouchy all week, I think. More than anything, I've been grouchy.
Must be something in the air. It was not meant.
Nah, yeah, I think it started off, I was tired from a long drive. I was telling Harriet a little bit about, I met George. Well, I've met George before, but I had dinner with George last weekend, I guess it was. So it's been a whole week. I think it was last weekend. But I went down to, I went through Cleveland to New England to Jacksonville to visit a couple people. And then I went down to St. Augustine and spent the day and walked around and saw all the St. Augustine things that you would see in St. Augustine, and then had dinner with George and Rachel and Destiny and stayed overnight. And then I drove home that next day. And we had dinner. Now everybody thinks I'm in, I keep making it sound like it was, some secret dinner with secret stuff, and it wasn't.
So
but
you know where the
ahead.
treasures are. You know where the treasures
Oh
are.
yeah. Obviously. Yeah, we were just having dinner, and we just didn't feel like going and digging it up. That was the thing. But George brought the painting, because to be honest, that's kind of really what I wanted to see. But he brought the painting to dinner, so we have this, let's face it, a pretty expensive painting, and sitting next to us at a dinner table, and it had its own chair and everything. So it was beautiful. It was way different than I've gone on and on about how much what I expected and what I saw. The colors and all the, everything was just so crisp, and it wasn't. I thought it would be a ho-hum, kind of like, oh, I've seen this so many times. I guess this is not impressive, but it really did impress me with the colors that stood out, and what you don't, even the book doesn't give them the credit they're due,
What's your feelings on overlay after seeing a painting like that?
Yeah, no, I've never really, no overlays. That, yeah, no. That's always talked about a long time ago and different things, and just
It'd be pretty hard to do back then.
Yeah, you could do it, but he doesn't do that. JJP normally said he doesn't do that, and he wouldn't do that necessarily. If there was I always thought if there was a little spot where a constellation where the stars, there was, I don't know, say something lined up where there's 5 or 6 things that have to line up perfectly. I don't think he would use an overlay. He might use, hold a piece of paper template up so he got the gist of thing, but it would match up so much so that you would say, oh, but it wouldn't be an overlay. All you needed, it would be like on a sketch thing, and kind of, so now people make that sound like and even the idea of overlap and overlaying a map of the city. Yeah, no, and there's nothing that nothing like that. There's nothing underneath that he painted around so they put the streets. If he looked at a map of the city, like say Grant Park, and looked at the thing, and that something struck him about, I don't know what could strike him, but something struck him about a position of something, and he thought that was something, he might be, he would put that in, sketch a little. He does sketches before, supposedly, so. But I mean, he could sketch kind of his idea and look at it and say, okay, and then when he goes to painting that area or whatever, but it wouldn't be any kind of a true overlay the way everybody, he wouldn't have to. That's the skill. That's the skill level. That's that big old notch higher than, my pencil drawing with my fingers smearing stuff around just to make it look right. He doesn't have to. He can see it in it, as he painting and sketching it. That's the thing. I'll tell a story. My brother long ago was always the artist. He had that artistic ability. He failed and he got into drugs and all that kind of stuff. But he had that ability. He could draw something on paper, he could sketch out something, and you could tell there was a talent there that he didn't pursue, but he just naturally could, where I have to stare at something like the painting, or so, I have to really kind of use a yardstick, not a yardstick, but a ruler or something. I have to kind of get all the proportions kind of more hard and then on paper, and then I can kind of work it around, and usually I can make it look to be what I want it to look at. But some people can just draw, just boom, boom, boom. I can draw what I can see. I can't always just make up stuff that makes, sense. But it was just it was the colors, the gem pops out at you. The star sapphire has a blueness that's, I don't know, not really metallic blue, but almost like that. It just really pops out at you, as do the flowers. The flowers, the asters, really pop off that, and so when you first look at it, you really see those different colors, because it's generally that yellow and then the blue rocks and stuff. But the blue of the gem and the flowers really jumped out, which I don't think really do on the images that we see. It's flatter, stuff like that. And the clouds, there's a 3D to the painting too, a much more of a 3D look. You really, I didn't spend a lot of time with it, so I didn't sit there and stare at it. I actually was talking to the others, but it has a way more feeling of a mountain with clouds weighing, and the island, even the island and palm trees sit back or don't jump out at you. So it looks farther away, like in a painting, if you were looking at a mountain landscape kind of thing. But there's a real depth to it that's hard to explain. I can't explain it, but so that was the painting. That was the gist of that. I was like, wow. So now now I've got that fever. I wish we could see them all, or I know some people have seen the Cleveland one and stuff, and then I think, wow, I really now wish I had seen that, because it didn't tell me where the treasure was. Nobody. It didn't tell me anything more than you kind of can get, but it does make you. What it did, I think they told a couple people this, and I was talking to them while I was driving home that day too, but the one thing it told me, or one thing I've just lost my train of thought, which isn't always so difficult. When JJP talks about losing some of the detail in the paintings to the printing process, we're thinking it's losing like something that you're never going to see again. But what I did see is it's really the tiniest things that got I won't say lost, but the wings on the bird, and I'm going to call it a bird. I don't know if it's a bird, but that black bird, in any of the images you see kind of swirly, what kind of look like a paintbrush paint marks, the bristle marks, kind of a texture. In the painting, there's these really tiny fine lines that go down from the shoulder area, I guess. I can't remember exact, but the shoulder area all the way down to the tip. So it's very distinct, very fine lines, and very definite. They're not like a paintbrush with the bristles that just kind of raked across. They're purposely gives it that straight line texture. So it made me, when I looked at that, I realized what you don't see in the images, even the best old book we have, you don't see some of that stuff. Now, it's still a blackbird with that kind of texture, but does it mean any more? I don't think so. I don't know if it meant a bird either. Like it didn't, the wings weren't, the detail missing didn't say for sure that I would say it was a bird, but it made me look at it a little bit differently, that there's a texture that goes, more straight down than what I see in a picture. So there's a little bit of fine, and a lot of people have seen the original, so they might know what I'm talking about. So I don't know. It didn't tell me any more about St. Augustine or to find the, find the treasure, but it did make me take a different look or perspective or something at what we use as the images and then maybe what the original did. So when JJP talks about losing some of the detail, he's not talking about the big stuff that we, as in a clue that we won't get, that it, like, we still will look at it and think it's a black bird, some type of bird, sometime like that. He's just talking about, like, he mentioned the irises and the eyes and the little blood vessels or something like that. All that little stuff is in the originals, which is beautiful, but probably not necessary for the treasure hunt kind of thing. So that was fun. That was what I took from that. I didn't have the flashlight up there with a camera and like that. We just kind of had it out where I could see it out in the sun. When I was outside in the natural daylight, that really was good. If anybody wants to jump in and talk about anything and stuff, just put your hand up and thing. I just started with S3, and I've been just going on about my trip to St. Augustine, where I learned everything about St. Augustine.
When you say the bird,
Okay.
what are you talking about?
The black bird, the black thing on the cheek of the face of the mountain.
Oh, okay, I see it.
Some people call that a bird. That's why I didn't really want to call it a bird, because as soon as you think bird, that's all you ever see. There was once an idea that it was more of a ancient Native American tool. I always thought that was a really good idea. And then there's the, so there's this, but looking at those lines on it, does kind of, you might think bird because of those lines too, because it kind of, but they don't look like feathers exactly. So it doesn't look like he was making feathers, just a texture of very fine lines, very tiny, thin, come down the way the slopes down. It's, again, hard. Go ahead.
You're talking about from like the chin to the cheekbone.
From, the black bird, you see how it has that head? The top
like
part of the head, and then the shoulders kind of, and down sloping into that. So about somewhere around that shoulder area, maybe just down from the head. It's somewhere there is where the line started. And so it's a black color, or I'd say black, gray, whatever, black, blue-ish. But there are definitely these real fine lines that just streak down, like using the fine line paintbrush, the tiniest paintbrush that he uses to maybe sign his name or the initials, the tiniest. That's how thin they were. But they're very crisp, crisp, not like they were blended with a spiky fork or something. It was just. I know it's totally ridiculous because it is not going to change probably what you think or not, but it was interesting to see. That's the detail he talks about losing, in some of it, and that would have been the most striking thing. Whereas the gem itself, I talked about how it's so bright, it almost just beams out. It's the lighthouse, but it beams out of the mountain. Versus in the images you look at, it kind of feels like it sets itself back a little bit, like it's in it. But in the painting, it's such a bright color that your eye looks right at it. There's no doubt it's not like a casual gem. It just really focus. And that's the same with the flowers, the purple or violet, whatever color that is, the contrast between that bluish mountain feel, they pop out. The green and the purple, violet just really pop out. So if you were looking at it and then thinking the things that your eye is supposed to see are the most important, well, it just happens to be the flower and the gem, kind of do. So those two probably are important. And then the man on the hill is beautiful. The colors of that, no image has ever caught what I thought of him, him and the horse. Again, another spot where your eye goes to it and you look at it. Whereas the flag with the fort and the circle, the flag part, I think was so subtle. I didn't even kind of notice the flag till I realized, I kind of looked up and it was on the top edge. So it again is not, it might be an important clue, but it's not one that he put out where you know, you're first going to look at the painting and see it. You're going to see the man on the hill on the horse, the gem, and the flowers. And then other things come, you know, because we see things in it. That was the other part I thought too. When I looked at it with George and we were outside and I could really get a good, you know, lighting of it. And I looked at it. I didn't think that all the animals jumped out at me like they do with the images, but maybe because we've looked at the images so often, you see birds and you see, you know, the manatee or the alligator. I'm sure they're there and you would say, oh yeah. But it wasn't, it was the whole painting just captured me, which again, I wasn't looking at it for detail, for clues. I was more just looking at it. And so it's kind of funny how it's like the same picture you look at, it's just a better quality one. And it's just a different way of impressed me. So I told George, you know, he could tell JJP, okay, maybe you are a good painter. You're pretty good at this. That's a nice picture. It's beautiful. It just made me want to see the other ones even more, that's bad. That's an obsession that you know, trying to get George. Now, I don't know if George is listening, he can always chime in and say if I'm overspeaking, but we were talking about, I said, oh, if there's anything more he could work on, and maybe someday he will. And someday if we could get, you know, that he's talked about a showing somewhere of what paintings are still around, get them framed. And, you know, if there's something like that, I think every secret person would have to go. You just would have to see as many of them as you could at once. Oh, here comes somebody. Hang on, Scott. I got it. I got to remember. Oh, and Jay, you can pop up and do this stuff. You know, I didn't. So whatever you want to do. What's up, Scott?
Hey, not much. Just you know, my thought on the St. Augustine painting. You know, where everyone talks about, you know, the bottom being either an alligator or a manatee. You know, my thought is it's a fair folk, and it's the one that is associated with St. Augustine. That it's a French one, but it in the words it says it went and hung out on the beaches of, you know, warm beaches with a pink flamingo or long-legged birds. So I think it's either a drac or a fadas.
Is that oh.
So yeah,
No.
if you read the French section in the front, let me find it real quick.
Yeah, hey, 1 second. Let me
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you'll know why I'm interrupting you real quick. Sarah, I think I just put that on George's the hand up. I think I gave him permission to speak, and if he wants to speak, he can speak now. And he's just on there, I think, to turn on the stuff. So he knows he can talk anytime. So Sarah is unavailable right now. She's listening, but she can't really talk because she's dealing with some things. So that's why Sarah I'm answering her that way. It's easier than me to try to type on the thing. Now, Scott, you're talking about down in the bottom part of the painting. So I always thought
water.
In the water.
In the water section at the bottom.
There's something down there. There's an animal down there.
There's a form that it seems like people think it's an alligator or
something. Oh, okay. I never knew there was. I always thought the alligator was along the coastline. You know, there's a kind of giant alligator that goes down the coast or the right side of that, and then there's a fish and and the manatee something in the middle of the head. But I never knew that. I never looked really down in there. So that's something I'll do later.
Then whenever people were talking about manatees and whatever, then I was assuming they were talking about in the water. So
yeah, I think most are talking about the rock shapes. You know how the mountain. If you look in there, there's sometimes they see birds, and there's a chart. If you've never seen that chart, I think Arthur did. Arthur was the artist that did the anniversary painting. He did a thing where he clipped in and made a giant chart of all the different animals or shapes or things that people have mentioned over time. If you don't have that, let me know, and I have it
Yeah, I
somewhere.
haven't seen
So
it, so maybe
okay, I'll make sure you get that. It's interesting because some of the things you say, oh yeah, and then others when you're like, oh, I never saw it there, and then maybe you will now, and it'll be burned in your your mind that you'll never see it anything else. But
Well, I'm referencing page 7 or page 13 where it says, let me read it word for word so I don't get it mixed up. Mm,
yeah, hang on,
oh, here it is. All right. Forsaking the sun-tanned Riviera, water draks, playful as porpoises, and the languid, amorous Fadas found contentment upon the hot southern shores of the New World, amidst pink, long-legged birds and high swaying palms. So to me, that particular portion of the French, those two fair folk
Mm.
went south and are hanging out in St. Augustine. So,
Okay.
when if you tend to find something French related, then it could point to them being part of the St. Augustine puzzle. And since it seems like there's supposed to be a fair folk in each painting, most of the majority of them are up front and easily recognizable. You know,
Right.
I believe that is one of, maybe it's hidden, maybe it's supposed to be, or it might just be a trick of light. But that was my thought on what that one is for the St. Augustine painting.
Okay. I have never looked down in but the water drac that you talk about, I've never looked in that far corner down by the island you're talking about.
Well, well, to
Down in
me,
that
it
lower
starts
half.
right at the longest stem of the flower would be its
Okay.
head.
Yeah, there is some kind of shape. Some people
Yeah, it's
think that
almost like
in there
turtle-like and,
yeah,
has a couple legs.
okay, yeah, I think there's a sailfish been said, or
Okay.
what was it? Some other kind of fish. So yeah, there are those shapes in there that people have seen different things. So
Yeah, for
everybody can
me,
look at
I'm just looking for
the
something
painting
that's
and yeah,
associated with the front of the book named
right,
Fairfolk.
right. That's what I think. There's always the debate about like the man on the horse. Is he one of the fair folk in that group that came over? He doesn't fit anything quite right, but he, if you
Yeah.
believe there's one in there, then there's one in there somewhere. So that was that. I was thinking when anything, yeah, I don't have to dominate it. That was only part of my trip. Uh, anybody, I was trying to figure out, well, I started this, we were talking earlier about how, just some of this stuff needs to be focused, I don't know. It's just seems odd to me that long ago it used to be a kind of a narrowing down to cities. Now that we've really kind of confirmed the cities, we should be pretty good with the idea that somewhere in the 12 cities, and then narrow it down a little bit more. And some of those, you could debate on whether it's Lake Park or Juneau Park, and Lake Park's been quite the subject on here. I fired a few people up on a couple comments I made, and then the other two got, really going on Discord last night. They were back and forth, which was fine because they believe it's in Lake Park. They both believe Lake Park, but then they have different ways of reading the verse, to get them to different parts of the park or a different way through the park, which is interesting because, okay, but somehow there's only one spot that it was buried. So something's wrong with one or the other, or both of them just haven't meshed it together. And maybe they'll come up with something at some point, that like that. But at least they're in the same city. That's the part that, I think how could, anyways, I got to get off that subject. Anybody else? Oh, Tree Man. I'm not sure I remember who Tree Man is. Did you want to say anything, Tree Man? Because there's a button that says something about speaking, and then if you hit that, then I know you want to say something. And then Daniel's here, and Rob's here, Sarah, Jay, Harriet, J Dub. I know who J Dub is now from Facebook. I don't know who Air is. Air. So
I think
if you
it's
want to,
Aria.
Aria.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I know who that is. I know.
Oh, it's. Oh, okay. So it's not an unfamiliar face. So
No.
All right. Other than that, let me think. I'll try to think what topics. George and I didn't. Again, people think we talk. I made it sound like we're talking a lot of things, and we didn't talk about too much. We laughed about a bunch of stuff that is all old and just like when I first got in, the things I thought was going on or stuff like that. And that was 5, 6 now years ago, whatever it was. And so it was that kind of dinner. There's no inner circle, and in fact, he told me there is no inner circle. So. There's no secret. There was no secret handshakes, no secret words, no winking across the table at something, So it was just it was fun. He was out of town until the afternoon, and it worked out that I went and visiting. I was trying to think. Oh, I went to the Rock at the amphitheater. For those who didn't see the picture or whatever, I went to the where the amphitheater, and there's the Rock out front where the sword and cross or something was for. So for those who have that knowledge of that, it was a big rock, and it has that same shape, but I thought it was going to be like a giant boulder where it's huge, but it's very thin because of the way they cut the stone and then just propped it up and stuff. So at first I passed it and I didn't notice it. And then when I went back around, I kind of went, it has to be here. And then I realized, it was just overgrown area. I didn't see the palm tree was back in the jungle with the other big tree that was growing with the moss hanging down and stuff. So it was fun to see the rock I've talked about or seen in old pictures and stuff. I like that area. Oh, I know so in San Augustine, I had been there many years ago, but it didn't, memory. When I was there and I started thinking the secret stuff, I was telling George and stuff that it was amazing how close things were closer than I had just in my head. So boots on the ground or going to the city where you're thinking, whereas the Fountain of Youth is across town. So it is a distance from the amphitheater, but the fort is in the middle, between that and the Ponce statue and the Bridge of Lions and even the alligator farm. It's a distance. It's not a walking kind of distance, but it wasn't so far that I thought it couldn't be, somehow tied, that if you started at the Fountain of Youth for the first clues, that you couldn't somehow wind your way back to, the amphitheater area. Except I get that maybe the bottom of the verse seems to imply that you're back at the Fountain of Youth. So I don't know how it all works, but it just didn't strike me until I was there, when I was at, where the fort is compared to the Fountain of Youth and where the downtown and the other maybe things are and the Bridge of Lion connects them to. It was kind of interesting that way. So if you've never been, it was a fun city to walk around and explore for a day. I could it could have been fun for a couple days, but I was tired by then. What else? Oh, Treasure Bloke's here. Treasure Bloke, good to see you. I was afraid we had made you mad earlier in the week, so good to see you. Anybody have anything been burning desire to talk about? I was looking. I don't really have. I don't know, Jay. Come on, Jay. What's been going on with you? You are always good for. Yeah. Even he must be working.
Treasure Bloke has their hand up.
Yeah, I see. Not that quick. Okay, there he goes.
Hello. Nothing to get worried about. It's fine. The thing that we looked at last week, I think it was about a week ago, is that we were looking at the back of the book, the characters and stuff. We were trying to map them to people, and someone had an opinion on them. Because it was in stream, I'm not going to say what other people said because it's their right to tell what they thought and stuff. But what I sort of, after sort of like trying to work out and think out which one of them was, the Filthy Hobbit, which is on page, let me look at it. Do you remember that? The Filthy Hobbit? We were trying to work out who the Filthy Hobbit was like a parody of.
I remember that the whole, I remember you guys talking about. I don't. Okay, I'm going to admit something.
I'm just trying to
I probably wasn't listening, so I don't remember who was talking about the Filthy Hobbit, but Scott might, if he might
okay.
be. Yeah.
I'm just trying to get the page number. I can't remember which one it is.
Oh, I'd have to grab my book across 10.
Got it. Page. Oh no, I can't see because it's close up. 124. The Filthy Hobbit, and the picture he's on 125 he's got like a cigarette. He's lying on the couch. I don't know what that's a reference to in a film or whatever. It could well be. But the closest I've got to that is I was thinking it was Milton Bill. So if you look at that and look at his face, I know that there's no hair and stuff, but they sort of like the facial structure might be Milton Bill.
Oh yes. Oh, now I do remember you were talking about it. It was either George Burns or Milton Berle.
Or this has just occurred to me now, just looking at it fresh. What's the name of the actor? He's in like the most famous film, Casablanca. It's Thingy.
Oh, Bogart.
Humphrey Bogart. Could be Humphrey Bogart as well.
Yeah. Well,
That's similar face, I think. Let me have a look at Humphrey Bogart.
All right. I feel a rant coming on, not towards you, Treasure Bloke. That wasn't referred to you, but I feel another weekly. This is another rant that's coming from all week. Sometimes I get the feeling, and I don't know all the details and all the I don't know all there is to know about how the book was constructed. I know what I know from what we've been told and kind of communicated, that the back of the book part was written by Ted Mann and Sean Kelly. That generally was all their work, right? They did this book that they were trying to piece together. Byron took that part and he probably, he edited some of them. He may have changed a few, he changed some words here and there, whatever. He had a few added, and that, a few of them were added. Now, for some reason, I get the feeling that there is this sense that Byron sat there and made up those characters, and he added the characters, and he did. There's no, how do I want to say this? There's no way we know if he actually made up those ones that he filled into, and that he could have had one of his minions, somebody in the office could have created some of what it was, and he could have fixed them, and he could have given a thing. Somebody else could have been the creative for some of those that he added to this book. It also could be that Sean or Ted, but Sean seems to be more often mentioned, being around. He could have added or helped create a few extras. We don't know. Truly, they did most of the work, Sean and Ted, in those characters. Byron didn't really, he wasn't the author. He really wasn't, So sometimes I get the feeling like not everybody, and it just this one, kind of a feeling that Byron was just such a master at everything that he created those, and he modified, just making everything. He modified, he changed a few things so that it would somewhat blend into the front of the book, which for all intents and purposes, we've always thought he wrote the front of the book. Maybe he has a ghostwriter, maybe he has somebody that kind of helped him, make sure it all flowed together. But he wrote the front part of the book up to the treasure hunt part of thing. So I don't know what the rant is exactly that I'm trying to say is that there's still Sean and Ted's part of the book that was Sean and Ted. So all that creative,
And those are designers, correct? Those are like designers, right?
no,
If I remember.
they were the National Lampoon writers.
Mhm.
They were of their own type of books and type of satire.
Because just
And
on
they-
like a marketing, or not a marketing, just like a business mindset. If this
Yeah,
book would have sold 10 million copies, we would like think of how the audience would be. We would want keychains of our favorite characters, and we would want to submit ones that we thought could get published. And you'd have your screensaver. Like if it was as big as Harry Potter, maybe that's what their plan kind of was.
I think the plan was if the idea grew, the next book would have all these ideas that Matt Sparks sent in. He did a bunch of them. Yeah, he did a bunch of them, and he's shown those. So, but yeah, there would be all these new characters that they would create and maybe add to, because the old characters from Sean and Ted's original book thing that they had done a satire on other things, those would have been used already. There might have been a few that they didn't use. Maybe they modified again, but there would have been a whole new set of modern descendants kind of things. But sometimes I get the feeling that they think Byron was he wrote all those back there. And I'm not even sure he wrote the ones that we know are new to, or got added from, I think, I don't know, it just, something struck me as that everything, Sean and Ted wrote most of all of that. So all of that pop culture, all of that nuance that like Treasure Book was just who the people were and stuff. Most, came from Ted and Sean way before, Byron sat there and goes, I'll make him look like Humphrey Bogart, or I'll talk about chewing gum here, or there certainly Byron was trying to. He's that book. What was it? The book. Not publisher, but the meshing it all together. He was trying to, and probably tried to make it seem like the front of the book and the back of the book had some connection, which, in the beginning of the thing, it says, and finally you'll meet the modern descendant. So there was that trying to tie it all together to make it one big book. But he did not write most of the back kind of thing, or he wasn't the creative persons that did that. He may have added to it, modified something, like that. So there's. Go ahead.
Like those puppets though required some like planning and stuff. So it's like,
Mhm.
yeah, like a puppet looks a bit like this.
Right, and that
has definitely happened. That has definitely happened.
Well, that was Joe Ellen. And he would say, I think there's a sheet that says something about kind of the type of the looks they should have, or the types they should have, and then she had to make certain things look like whatever ethnic group. There was some kind of little comments next to him, so she had to make so many for filling in so many things. But I don't think he sat there and told her what to make. Of course, he didn't sit there and, oh no, I want her face. He just gave her a general outline and then let her do her thing. Like everything else, they had their skills and he just let them do her thing. So he never made any of the puppets. And then we know the story with Ben that he said he just told Ben to take the puppets and take pictures different places. Now, certainly there were a few pictures that maybe he said, try to take one out in front of something in New York and all that kind of stuff. There certainly could have been a few instructions that were more specific to the thing. But generally speaking, it was, Ben, just take a bunch of pictures, and then he took what he wanted and used them the way he wanted. So
Yeah, but we're doing like what we're supposed to be doing sort of with the book is just to look at it and go, hey, that looks like that person. Ha ha ha. It's a parody of
right,
this
that,
person, which is
but,
fine. Yeah, it doesn't have to have that much import. I'm just saying that it was like, oh, maybe it's these people that they never really twigged before that it might be these people. Actually,
right,
if it was Humphrey Bogart, they'd missed the trick because it could have been Humphrey Bogart. That
right,
would have worked. That was Bogart is a fictional creature type thing.
right. There is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm
Maybe
just
try and
saying
do
that.
it that closely to the name of the person. Maybe
Right. And I'm saying it's obvious in the notes that there were certain drawings by certain artists. Payard had a few, he was supposed to do certain ones, and they related to the fair folk in the back. There were certain ones. So he had something maybe to work with from the wording or the idea of what he wanted the Overton Lloyd to, paint, draw. And there were certain ones. JJP did some of those drawings on that, but he filled those in. You could say if Byron did anything, he put some of those in on the pages and stuff. Did they have anything to do with the front and the treasure hunt? No. Or I say no, but they're not there for that. They were there to enhance the back of the book. Because if it was all just those text writing, the descriptions, the one-page text of everything, I don't think that would be very interesting because they're hard to read through and doesn't make me laugh. I don't get any belly laughs from them. So that's why there's got to be more images. And he probably wanted more images in those with the dolls.
They're probably not going to get belly laughs, but we're going to get at the time it was like, hey, oh yes,
yeah.
We had a lot less media as well.
Well, that was the kind of stuff that Ted and Sean did. That statistic. Oh my God, I can't say that word again today. What is the word? Satire. Satire. Yeah, that was what they did best, like in National Lampoon and all that. It was always satire. Mad Magazine is satire, and creating that kind of stuff. So that was kind of what that book was. But sometimes I get the feeling like, every time there's some reference to the back of the book, is that BP was sitting there writing the back of the book, and really, it was already done. It was just you can. So, anyways, that was just something I needed to rant tonight about that. We've let the back of the book and how much it affects the front of the book, whatever, and all that. Not every, I don't know. I try not to be too harsh on it. I know Scott's deep into it, and he seems to be able to explain a lot of it. If you've listened to Carly on stuff, he has his own way of it, and it's pretty good. You get the idea of what he's talking about, but there's still. We're not focusing, or I don't think people are focusing on, again, the treasure hunt thing. They're just looking for those shortcuts or those other things that must tell them something when it's really not. It's pretty monot. Anything, it's Cleveland, Chicago kind of gives you a model. Boston's a little weirder, but it gives you narrow down.
Yeah, but you can engage with it in multiple ways. You can engage with it in sort of like some of the fair folk give like a moral story and not moral, but like a concept, and you go, yeah, this is like just literature. Some of it is actually evergreen and works today, and some of it is a bit dated, and some of it was reasonable for its time, and some of it was a bit, but you can engage with it that way, and you could maybe look for some ciphers in the back of the book. I think if one fell out, you'd celebrate, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course.
Go ahead, go away. But it's it's.
I think you can. I think you can find anything if you say 12 cities, and then you want to relate the very back of the book, that part of it, and find anything that relates to St. Augustine, and in any kind of way. Yeah, you can. As long as you admit that there's 12, that's where the thing. I don't know if it helps you with the treasure hunt. It might help you with confirming that, there was things about that city, but I don't think it just becomes it. I get cringe. Maybe it's just me, and this is just my opinion tonight, people. And please come up with new topics, and then I'll just listen and not talk. But it cringes me lately to when I hear BP would have done that. BP would do this. He would have written it so that we get that. I don't know what BP would have done, really. And I don't know if anybody can really sit down and say they know so well his writing style or his personal, we really don't know. So when they start talking about he's the fair folk, he's the head of the fair folk, he wrote it as if he was a fair folk. I get that. He's telling us the story and the treasure hunt, from the fair folks' perspective that came across, he's telling, I get that. But the back of the book stuff, Sean and Ted really wrote most of it, and Byron tweaked it. He did all that kind of stuff. It was never really meant for the treasure hunt, but he tweaked it so maybe it connects a little bit. But I don't think anybody can pick, just. And it goes the same with JJP. JJP would have painted it that way. When I hear that, it cringes. He might have painted it that way. He might have, but there's no way anybody really knows what he did, to say he would have done it that way. Like the overlays. That was a rant. I apologize to everybody. I was ranting.
I don't know what else to say. Maybe something else will come up.
I know. It's fine.
Nice.
Again,
I was going to say it's just quite nice when we were just like old sitting around going, "Hey, it could be this," and then we mentioned.
Well, it could, and again, I'm avoiding the back of the book tonight.
Okay.
We've been talking about it for like a week, different things, but
okay.
Yeah, no, I kind of want to see, we can come back to it, but I know Rob's on here, so Rob can probably say something about Milwaukee and Rob, really, come on and say kind of your impression of your discussions this week with like Weber, and then I threw a few in there to spite you, but I'm kind of like, did you learn anything from all that? Did you get anything from it? Did you not get anything from it? I mean, what are people working on, or what are we doing? What are we doing? Nothing.
Hi, I have a question if you're not sick of hearing my voice.
Yeah, I can hear. Go, please.
Okay, so like each one of these pictures has a gem. Every single one of them. Some of them have clocks. And then, Chicago has the literal dig spot indicator. I would say that Cleveland has a pretty good, like it's right here kind of thing.
Yeah.
How come there aren't as many prominent things in the other paintings? I
think I know where you're going with that. And that is a topic or one of those things where everybody else would, throw your hand up if you want to throw something. I'll just start and think.
I'll follow you.
That is something I'm going to hang on. Go back there. Somebody asked that on Discord. Oh, Casket Case said something about JGP once said up on the EU to Josh Gates when Josh Gates asked something about the home plate. So I figure that he said something then if that's a case of it was buried under home plate or near home plate, and this was on the sleeve, it's an indicator. So they all have one of these that shows that the cast was buried under that indicator or, like that. And the JJP said, no, you'd be wrong. They aren't all. But the way he answers the question and what the question is doesn't mean that Josh said under the indicator in the painting. So so JJP could tell the truth by saying, no, they're not all under or right at those indicators. They could be somewhere very close to it. Say, so he could have answered truthfully, and he doesn't, from what we understand, he doesn't know exactly where all of these are. He may say the general area, but he doesn't know exactly. So he can't really say if he's implying that there isn't a dig site indicator, is what I guess most people call what we're talking about. He can't really say if there is or isn't if he doesn't know for sure. Like he might know some in the painting, but there might be some in the verse, and there might be some in both, is my opinion of it. He did not know that the Grant Park fence fixture post thing, he knew he had to put it in. It was an important thing BP wanted him to put in, but he said long ago that he didn't know why he had to put it in the painting. So to me, that tells me he didn't know that that was what we might call the dig site indicator. Maybe some don't, but I would call that. So why aren't they more prominent? Maybe they are, but we're not catching on to what is either in the verse line. And I'm going to use Houston because I have to. It's the one I know best. And just because I'm going to say it, Jay, you don't have to moan. But in Houston, there's a line that says, in the center of 4 alike. So I don't care what 4 alike is for this point. I don't need to know what 4 alike is, but in the center of is an exact spot. You could figure out where the center point is, and I think that's the dig spot. Then you'd say, but there's no visual dig site indicator of 4 things that really tell you anything. But there might be, because there are some little railroad tracks that, in my mind, are very close to where the dig spot center of 4 things are. So that might be like a dig spot indicator if you get the drift. So sometimes the verse is very specific about, I think Roanoke Island is really specific, but, if you could figure out what the first seen, last touch standing really was, you'd say it's under it. If it's that gate, then it would be under it. If it's over by the theater, something under it. So it might be that it's the dig site indicator is something in the verse that's very specific. Milwaukee has that a foot south, something about this at the southern foot. Well, that means something to the dig spot at a southern foot, which certainly, I'll get to you 1 second, Treasure Book. So then you look in the image in the painting, and maybe there's nothing that jumps out at you as until we find out more, and maybe something clues you in. So I think there are, but it's verse or maybe just image or both. And like Boston was maybe both with the fields at home and the home plate. Cleveland, you don't see the columns from the dig spot. So you wonder why it's an indicator, say, seek the columns. Is that a dig site indicator? As I pointed out to somebody on one of the things, does anybody ever think that the seek the columns, yes, when you go to the park, you will find the columns out front. But could that line in the verse be referring to the painting, being that verse and painting go together? So is there something about the columns in the painting that indicates anything? And I've always had the thing that the one on the left leans, it leans, the other was straight up. So maybe it was, indirectly saying over on that side. Does that make any sense? Oh, here comes. So I think there kind of is, but maybe the easier ones had something that we really understood, Oh, okay, go ahead, Treasure Book. I clicked you.
Can I? I'll have a go at answering that question.
Yeah.
As in potentially what could be going on. Okay, so you know, the order that the casks have been found have been denoted as being, I think they were the order that JJP painted them. I guess you could argue maybe that the image one, which is the pearl, which is the one thought of as San Francisco, you know, the dragon woman and the dragon and whatever, yeah. That was now the adapted painting that was something else originally, and I don't know whether that how you sequence that one in, but whatever, yeah. He's saying that the order that the casks were found, kind of what the order that the paintings were found, right? And he said that the later paintings were smaller and less detailed because, you know, time constraints of like getting this thing out there started to bite, and you know, thus they were less complicated with the stuff. So there's the possibility that the earlier paintings have like quite strong visual, you know, like the what people call the fence and fixture is, you know, very strong, and the Cleveland stuff is fairly strong. You know, it's got some stuff there that's like pretty strong in terms of it doesn't. I mean, it's not as bold as that one, but Boston. I mean, the home plate. If you think that, I don't think it's particularly grandiose, but if you buy into that, I don't know if you want to have that one. You can if you want to, I suppose. But you might argue that the earlier paintings have like quite a bold visual presence, and it's maybe that the later paintings either have a subtler one, or they're not that, or they're really subtle and they're more verse line based. That would be a possible thing that could be happening.
I think it comes back down to if JJP didn't know what a dig site indicator was, but you know, he just got pictures of things that BP said, I need that in, and that in. BP would have known which one was like the next, the visual object nearest the hole that he dug. He would know that. Doesn't mean he told JJP anything, which he supposedly didn't tell him that the fence post was, you know, that fence post fixture was kind of the closest thing that he was needing to put in the painting. So there's probably, he didn't know, and he doesn't know. Maybe, you know, then maybe over time he's kind of figured out, maybe some of them, or thought maybe that's why that was more important to BP. But he probably doesn't really know if they all have visual things that BP had in mind as that one clue that sits very close to it. And then it's possible that some of the verses don't need an indicator, a visual indicator, because the wording should be good enough. So,
What I was going to say is, well, I mean, obviously these things were photographs that were like, you know, there's a photograph of the fence and fixture, yeah, and that might have been like amongst the first batch of photos that were given to JJP. He may have even put like a post-it note on it saying this must include this one, right? Yeah, that could happen, you know, because they were like, and then maybe on later ones they were just more subtle about it. Maybe, you know, Byron maybe got scared about these being a bit too easy and stuff, and they softened it down. You don't know. We can only speculate. What do you reckon, Erica?
I like your thoughts on it, though. It would be super helpful to know which one he did next. Like, what's the next one? What's the next easiest?
You'd have to ask JJP.
The next easiest is the next one found.
Ain't that the truth?
That's all there is to it. Because even JJP saying that they're done in the order at which he painted them, but he didn't paint everything one after another. We know there's kind of an overlap of painting and working on things. So maybe that's not quite as true as in his mind. And then the easiest to hardest has always been another one of those debates, or you get into what did they mean? Oh, okay, I'll get you, J-Dub. What did they mean? You know, really, is Chicago the easiest because it was the first found? It seems like it's got the most easy clues in our sense of understanding now, and maybe Cleveland the second hardest. But you know, if luck hadn't happened in Cleveland or even in Boston, if real luck didn't happen in Boston, it wouldn't be the third easiest. And if that's the third easiest, we better throw in the towel because we'll never figure out the fourth. Because, we can't figure it from having JJP tell us exactly what's in the Boston painting. We still haven't figured out BP's mindset for the wordings and, like that. So I kind of grain of salt with the idea of they're in any kind of easiest to hardest order. There might be,
I was going to say they might have been signed off sort of in that order. As in,
I think in his head, right.
It's pretty much finished, and you go, yeah, and then they sort of you don't really maybe touch them up occasionally with some.
Well,
that one's generally finished. The next one, kind of.
Well, well, you got to think of Boston had that advertising painting, so he had started that because they were going to use it for advertising, and that ended up the book cover and that kind of thing. So it kind of had to have been started maybe before Chicago and Cleveland, but Chicago and Cleveland, I think he did them and they were shown, they were used for the advertise, something like that. So they may have been completed first. Boston may have still not been roughed out as to what the Pandora's box thing, the magic box was going to look like, because we know it didn't look like that in the advertised used copy. So the timing of all that, but in his head, basically, yeah, maybe that's where he gets the in order of being done. So that's just I wouldn't ever use that as the criteria for the easiest is Chicago, then number 2, and then Boston jumps to number 3. If that's true, wow, then wow.
I would say that. Well, the thing is, though, Byron Price actually confirmed to the adolescents at the time, that you're right. So if he hadn't have done that, they might have just given up after a few months, or just got interested in something else, and we'd never find maybe that one or any of them. You never know. I think probably more like just that one. That might have been one that just never got found. But I think Cleveland's the easiest one of those. It just has a restricted dig area, so that makes it if you were to dig in that place, then you were more likely to find it.
Well, Cleveland's only easy because once you realize and see the wall in that park, then you say, "Oh God, it's in that park," and then you sit there but it's not easy to understand the flow of that verse, as in a real. You can deduce, and like when I was there, and you can kind of figure it out, and then you say, "Oh, I see. There was that switcheroo trick." But it isn't easy by any means, and it's certainly not as easy to me as Chicago. Chicago, you could almost go down the street, turn the corner, go across the street, come back up, bing, bang, boom, and you're in the corner. Now, the precise spot, that's a whole different debate. Hang on one second, Treasure. Wait, hang on one second.
I'll stop.
No, just hang on one second. Johnny Dub wanted to talk, and I want him to get his, Go ahead, John.
I'm going to say that wasn't there some implication that the next one that he thought was going to be found was Roanoke Island?
Yes, he has inferred that. He said that. Even the gift giver seems to be focused on that one. So we all thought a couple years ago, I think there was a real feeling that was going to be the one that found. So it is one that JJP does, I believe, likes that painting, or he liked that he put so much effort into it, or he challenge and whatever he was doing. So, but I don't know if that's the next easiest one, we really are in trouble.
The verse to me seems like it's actually, like roadway type of verse. And so in some ways that seems to be easier. Now I know a lot of people go, they get into Manteo, and they head toward Fort Raleigh. I sort of like the the Harriet connection with Harriet Street or the Harriet Road, and maybe you head down Harriet Road to Westcott Park as part of the verse. But
JJP would be, if when he speaks, and I'm no authority and I don't know anything, except when the artist part of this speaks, the man who's the artist part and the paintings, always keep in mind he's talking in his head more about the paintings, and like the easiest, he might think the paintings are the easier to do. I don't think he knew. Well, he said he didn't have the verses or didn't read the verses when he was there. I don't think he's ever gone back and read the book and, read the verses and really put the things together.
Yeah.
So there's a disconnect between BP and JJP as far as I think, if BP was alive and you ask him which was, is this the first easiest or the easiest, he might have a kind of a different order because he did the verses. He knows the secret. Whereas,
there's some interesting things in the painting, which is the well in the Roanoke painting, like the halo. Some people equate it to the Wright Brothers Memorial, but there's the circle around the moon.
Yeah,
and also the shape of the window itself, which is like a lancet style window.
Mm-hmm.
And it just happens that there's actually a church with those lancet style windows right at the Harriet Road, like where you turn off of 64, turn there onto Harriet Road. And also the other thing is that Harriet was pretty well known for like moon, like he actually used the telescope to look at the moon, like really early on, when I think when Galileo was using a telescope around the same time. And so he also studied refraction of light, which is the two things that happen when you get the moon plus refraction of light, you get the halo around the moon. So that's kind of like why I make my turn there toward Westcott Park. But anyway,
the I guess the craziest part of Roanoke Island, well, something you kind of touched on that always, I'm not criticizing anybody, but if you take the painting alone and you create a theme or an idea from like the Harriet and the moon and you have to kind of wonder, was BP was the one that was constructing these things. And I'm not saying JJP didn't have a little input, but he was young. He was doing the painting part. Then you have to get the verse has to go along with that same thing.
The two maps, what was it? Where white is in color,
right?
But with two maps, of course, white is in color, refraction, and it just so happens that Thomas Harriet did two specific full moon maps. So whether or not the white is in color is the what is it, the information board at Fort Raleigh, or it could be, but it could be a more logical clue. So
I get it. I get the if these getting harder, maybe there's more historical or references that are a little, Chicago again, you look at it, you can find the things along the road, as you walk down the thing, bing, bang, boom. Cleveland, kind of the same thing. Boston, we haven't figured out exactly, but it seems to jump when you get into that kind of creating the theme. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying it just seems, if it got harder, then that's why it's jumping more into more of a, I don't even know how to describe it, but you know what I mean? It just has more.
Well, the first part of the verse is kind of like, obviously, the first is it the first two lines? Obviously, a Wright Brothers Memorial, kind of historic sort of clue.
Yeah.
And then you got like the was it the Ride the Man of Oz, which is a reference to the Bomb Bridge. Most people believe that.
Yeah. I'd say, yeah, that's a, yeah.
So you got this kind of formula in the verse where it's kind of like you're talking about, a couple, like the Wright brothers, some men,
Right.
the bomb bridge. What was it? Washington Bomb was the guy's name. So
Yeah.
you got these clues that are kind of like falling into place, but they're about men. So my thing was, well, maybe it continues on. Maybe that theme continues on throughout the verse. Right. So,
Okay.
but it's just
Right. But the verse is always, and again, I say always, if you find something that, I know there's some metaphors in some of them and on and on and on, but the verses lines usually have meant something, and I don't know what the right word will be, but like tangible or seen, or you could touch, feel, it's there. Like the Ride the Man of Oz is a bridge named Bomb. You know what I mean? It's like something hard and thing. I won't say they're all absolutely structures or anything, but there's always that thing that you can say, that.
something to hang your hat on.
Yeah, because I don't think I never, that's where I'm a treasure hunter thinker more than the puzzle thinker. And I'll just clarify that real quickly is I understand that even in a treasure hunt, there are puzzles and riddles that help you progress through the stages to the point where you find X marks the spot. I'm not the kind that thinks the puzzle is absolutely, there's boxes like a Sudoku and you can put them together and bam, you'll know where it is. But there is elements, and maybe some of them are more puzzle-like than just pure treasure hunt. So in this case, it does seem like, say, the treasure hunt thinker of me would be the Wright Brothers Memorial. Now, you don't even have to go there to know it, but maybe you go there and then down the road and over the bridge. And that's where I think there's that.
Yeah.
Most people turn right and some people turn left.
Have you ever been to the Outer Banks?
No,
I almost was. There's really only a couple ways to get there.
Right.
Like, and the airports are really small, so you typically probably wouldn't fly into the airports.
Right. No, right. You wouldn't.
And the main way that you get there is you'd come down, like, especially from like someplace like New York, you'd actually come down like.
Yeah, I almost did it. 95, and then I would have had to cut across somewhere. But I think I think we lost him. Or did you lose me? Somebody say, can you hear me?
Still hear me?
Oh, yep. Now you're back, Johnny.
Okay, so what I was saying is you would probably come into Richmond and actually drive across. Like there's some bridges that you cut across.
Yes.
Over there, and you'd come down right straight past the Wright Brothers Memorial. So
yes.
If you were going to Roanoke, if your destination was Roanoke Island, you most likely, especially coming from New York, you'd probably come past the Wright Brothers Memorial there.
Right. Isn't that a Highway 12 or something like that? Isn't there 12?
Yep.
Right, and that's where that December. Some people think that December refers to that, maybe the Highway 12, which that's.
Yeah.
I know. I don't have to have that as an absolute.
It's probably easier just to think of it as the first flight, right? I mean,
Yeah.
but it works either way.
Right. But it's all generally something, you can put your finger on. Even if in this case you feel like, well, you don't have to go to the Wright Brothers Memorial. There's no other clue that you really need, except,
Well, the verse does say to pass it.
well, yes, right. So you could pass it. And the one thing that if you passed it and never went there and didn't know it, you wouldn't know that the bottom of the verse, when it has the typo word, the inconquerable or unconquerable, is on the monument itself. So it's an interesting thing that even though it says pass, if you went to the memorial or the monument, you would see that. And then you might see the bottom there and say, why is it an I and not a U? And then we get into that typo debate, but like that. But it does seem to show that there's some connection to the bottom part to the top where you're looking back at the wing. And
yeah, it's kind of like
wording.
the Boston verse. The Boston verse has a few lines after where it says feel at home.
Right.
The same thing with the Roanoke verse. Those what are there 4 lines after look north at the wing and dig.
Yes.
The question is that those 4 lines extra or
I always go to, I say, I've always thought, and somebody else can raise your hand and say what you thought, but I always thought that part of it is when you get to the spot, it tells you that you're at the spot. And then there are these, sometimes, not all, but some have those lines after that sort of confirm what you're going to see around you. And that's Boston is feel at home. You're at home plate and you're standing there. And then the next line is something about all the letters are there to see. And you'd ask yourself, well, you're already at the dig spot. But what it's saying is like the U.S. Constitution is right there, across the thing. And so you kind of confirm your own, and even the bottom of the lines that might be the north end, the church is right up that way, whatever. But Chicago's the same idea. You get to that corner and 10 by 13 is your clue and you figure out what your 10 by 13, what was it? The music, the rumble, the paint or whatever, those buildings are all around you. It's kind of like saying, yes, you're in that corner. It almost confirms that, yes, you are now correct. And then you still have to dig it up. So there are lines after the dig spot that I think in a lot of these
with Boston, I think the last 4 lines have to do with Paul Revere's ride.
Yeah, well, technically, it's Paul Revere, the ride that yes, because it happened over in that area. But the idea of the lantern in the church, the light in the church kind of thing. So from that north end over, you could say, does those 4 talk about the being at home plate? Maybe not as much as they help you from the first lines referred to the north end. Whereas like Chicago kind of tells you for sure you're in that corner. The buildings and the things are all around you. Roanoke Island kind of says after you're at the dig spot, look north at the wing. Well, it kind of and with that inconquerable digging phrase. Yeah. So it kind of saying you're looking back at the wing where that quote was, and then you get into. So it kind of reassures you, reaffirms that, this is.
I mean,
well, that's
or
what
it could be something along the line of just cementing the fact that you're, you should be around the memorial somewhere.
Well, I don't think you could look north at them. It says you're looking north at the memorial, so you got to be south of the memorial, or right the wing.
That's assuming. I mean, there are other types of wings. So,
well, yeah, that's right. We're getting into
the airport there,
right?
Which is
right.
Just north of Westcott Park.
Right. And then all I would say for this conversation, since we're not trying to prove one or the other, but the idea would be that's the kind of thinking I would expect people to have is, you sort of read the words and you take them for what they are. And then if you don't have a wing that's north of you and you can't tell me something that like an airport where there are wings or the monument that seems to be mentioned in the beginning of the thing, there should be something you're directing your reason why. And like you say, it could be here or there, but nobody's found that.
For me, it's the actual. Well, that part of the airport is no longer there, but you could actually look straight north from Westcott Park, and actually, you could in 1980 you could look straight there and see part of the airport.
Okay.
So, I mean, that's why. The other thing about the actual. The memorial being the wing is it's actually, it's more northwest of like the Fort Raleigh area. So it's not like a direct north line.
I know. Well, that's where you get into, some people aren't as precise with their, like saying it's north doesn't have to be exactly north. So I am more of if I pick that memorial and I drew a line that's north, I say it's going to be pretty darn close to that line. And if you can't look north at that wing direction,
I guess it depends on how
it probably isn't right
in determining the location.
Yeah. So
if it's not that precise, then northwest is okay.
Well, I'm not a real. Yeah, I know. I'm not a real. If it said northerly, or looked northerly at the wing, then you get into that a little bit of vague, but it says look north. So I would generally think that he would, if he was giving you in a direction, he means that you would pretty much be looking north, within a few degrees or whatever, but you would know that that's north. But I don't know. I don't know exactly. I haven't. But that's,
I mean, this is just stuff that comes to mind when you're trying to find, assuming it's on Roanoke Island,
right?
And assuming you have to make some assumptions to try and limit your locations, right?
Right. That's what you're doing, and it's when people get mad at somebody else for saying no, I say it's going to be north, or you're going to be south of the thing, and draw a line, and they're like, well, that's my, you got to kind of assume that he meant north when he said north, until we can figure out something where he meant more northerly, So.
Yep. Anyway,
and some people get all upset. Now, I would say it's on Manio, or, Roanoke Island in the Manitou area, city limits, whatever that end of the island is. I started this whole conversation earlier about the 12 places have been pretty much named and confirmed. So I get that Roanoke Island is long, but it seems like if you cut it in half, it seems like it wants to refer to the northern part of that island, Manitou, whatever it's called, Manio, right? So wherever the kind of it, I would say now, if somebody said it was a very farthest part of the island, it would make me wonder, but at least they're on the island. I would be far more listening than telling me it's like on the Outer Banks or down further south along the coastline. It becomes, we sort of have a confirmation. You know what I mean?
There seems to be about 3 locations. Well, Fort Raleigh area.
Yeah.
Back around, some people like to stay around the Wright Brothers Memorial.
Yeah,
and of course the Westcott Park.
But see, the reason the memorial, right? But the reason the memorial, I would ixnay that. Oh, technically, isn't that Dare County? I think that's what the gift giver, they've said the Dare County. So maybe I have to accept. Yeah, maybe I have to accept everything that is in Dare County. And that's what's making it a little difficult. So if the memorial is in Dare County, then technically I couldn't poo-poo on it. If it isn't technically, then I would say you got to stay in the Dare County area. So that's a tricky one because it's the island, but it's really the county that they keep referring to. So, you know, it's not, doesn't seem like it's in the city of Manio, but maybe technically it is in the vicinity that's close enough to call it. But I'd say the northern part of the island. I'm not sure. I don't think it's at the Wright Brother Memorial. I don't think it's at there. You have to. It's kind of like the Water Tower in Chicago. It's not at the Water Tower. You're going to go somewhere else, and it kind of tells you to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. That verse
So
really
back in
kind of
80
does tell you to go place. It tells you you're going somewhere, but no, it seems like there's one spot where some turn right and some turn left, and then we all circle around.
I mean, back in 80, there was really only, if you come across the Bond Bridge, today you can go straight and go completely off the island. But back then, that other bridge wasn't there, so you actually went. If you followed the road, you went into Manio.
All right. So see, knowing that part of the history, that's where certainly understanding your history of a city or, basic area of where you're talking about does hedge your 1982 view of where you should be. And right there kind of says, okay, that seems to imply that, in 1982, you're going to be over on that side, that half of the island.
Yeah. I mean, really, where it says, was it there's a road to Dark Forest?
Yeah.
So really, after you cross, you ride the Man of Oz, and you cross the Bond Bridge, you really don't make a turn. So that might explain why it's like there's a road to Dark Forest.
Right.
Because you just sort of continue on that road. But yeah.
But isn't the whole, from what I understand, that like the whole northern side of the island, kind of like the Dark Forest or isn't it like it's not just one little spot that's called the Dark Forest. It's kind of
I think there's a couple references to Dark Forest in the play.
Right. That's why people.
What is it? The Elizabethan Gardens plaque.
Right.
Forest.
Right. That's why everybody goes that way, or you get drawn that way.
Yeah. It doesn't say to go to Dark Forest. Right. It just kind of says there's a road.
Right.
So.
And so so a lot of these are, if you read the word for word and really just stick to the word for word, then it tells you maybe something, maybe it's telling you something of a answer that we just, sometimes when you read it, you're reading into it, like take that road to the, but that's not how it's written. So I don't know if it's supposed to be how it's written, we take it, or is there some words that, you know what I mean? I don't know on that, but
it's why literal.
Yeah. How literal do we get?
Yeah.
I don't know. Anybody else have thoughts on Roanoke like that? Anybody ever pound their head against the wall?
I'll go on mute.
Oh, you're fine. I'll put you back down there for now. Let's see. I thought I saw Jimmy. I know Jimmy. Jimmy, how are you, Jimmy? And I know I put a spell on you. We've talked to her before. I think it was her. Yeah, her before. And I know Carly's here. So if somebody wants to ask Carly a quick question where he can answer it quickly, that's okay. We don't want to get too deep into that tonight. But who else is here? Evie. Evie, I haven't talked to you in a million years, but there's Evie. Anybody else have anything jump? Oh, I got a hand. Harriet's good. Oh, I'm sorry. Harriet. You're on mic. Your microphone's muted. Oh. Harriet, did you want to? I saw your hand up, so anyways.
I'm sorry. I'm talking to myself here and didn't unmute. I wanted to add something to what you were just saying about whether we should take things literally or not.
Uh-huh.
I think my own impression is that the paintings and the verses often have 2, 3, sometimes even more meanings, as we can see, given the huge number of interpretations that
Right.
everybody has. So I'll just throw out a couple of things to be provocative. Not that I necessarily am claiming any of them are correct.
Oh, please be provocative. We need provocative.
Well, at least some things we can
Be saucy. You can be spicy and saucy and provocative.
No, and I don't want to be argumentative either.
I don't
Or,
know.
as they say, or claim anything. But for example, look north. North can also, you can substitute the word up for north, as we say up north, down south, uptown meaning heading north, downtown heading south. So when the verse tells us look north, it may in fact mean look up. Not
Good.
necessarily in a northern direction.
Okay, fair enough.
And then at the beginning of the verse, we have pass to friends of Octave in December. It might be pass to TO, which gives the verse an entire different meaning. Instead of passing by them, we're passing to the monument.
Okay.
And pass also has a meaning like proceed. You may pass, you may proceed. So the verse may actually be telling us to proceed to Friends of Octave in December rather than pass by. I'm just throwing it out as food for thought, as I say, not claiming that this is a correct interpretation.
Of course not. Of course not. Don't worry about that. Just
in the
keep going.
same vein, we're really, really in love with the land near the window, and it does look just like Roanoke. I think it might also look like a hawk in flight. My own personal interpretation. So, so it could be that literally the verse takes us one place, but if we apply a little bit of symbolism, it leads us somewhere entirely different. So that's really just what I wanted to say. I'm not claiming it's near the Wright Brothers Memorial. Just some things to consider since we've explored Roanoke Island so very thoroughly already.
No, you're right, Harry. That's exactly what I think most do over time, or whatever. Each person does things their way. But many a time I've sat down and tried to think about certain words, or maybe 2 lines of the verse that I think go together, or 3, whatever. And is there a different way to read it? Because I have this whole thing about how we're reading the verses and how we're grouping the lines. Now, I'm not saying anybody is doing it wrong. I'm just saying sometimes some of the lines in some of the verses that we just take maybe 2 or 3 lines, maybe it's the 4th line that changes the meaning to that little, like that riddle, 4 lines of riddle that answer something more. So like you say, if you read it and think about the word pass, you don't have to get crazy, but you can note down that pass might mean something a little different. Whether it helps or not at that moment, maybe not. Maybe later some other clue relates, and then it makes more sense. But reading the verses, because we read the verses, there's no punctuation. I don't think there's technically much punctuation. So are we reading the way we generally read it, or most people read it? I can't remember how Roanoke's goes right in my head right now, but say 2 or 3 lines at a time, poem is usually constructed in kind of that cadence or the rhythm or phrasing, or so sometimes there's a rhythm to it. So if you look at those lines, sometimes maybe they have to be grouped a little differently. And so I try that. I don't think Roanoke changes too much.
You
in
won't
my
get
head.
an argument from me on that.
Right. So that's all. Yeah. Everybody, I hope, in their one, yeah, I'm sure they've all done that at some point, taken the one they know the best or whatever. And they hopefully have, you kind of think, okay, what if I read this one line at a time? And we find that I think that the clues aren't one line clues. Maybe some of them are. And then some of them are 2-line clues. But like, I believe New York has a few that I always thought were like 4 lines that mean something of a kind of a riddle. And when you figure out that riddle, there's a couple more lines that there's another riddle in it. And so maybe those 2 answers are what give you the place. But so
Yeah,
reading
no,
the verse.
I don't disagree. I just really wanted to, I think, emphasize
Right.
my own personal belief that I don't think we can take a whole lot of this literally. I think we do need to apply some interpretation to some of the words and phrasing.
Well, certainly it's worth doing so that you might eliminate the idea.
Absolutely.
I mean?
There
Right,
are a lot of rabbit holes to go down here. And then when
Right.
it no longer fits, you have to go back and reassess, to the point that it
Yeah,
serves.
did it help or didn't it help? Right.
Absolutely.
Right. And then we were just picking on, we're just mentioning Roanoke, but all of them have that kind of, even St. Augustine's, the first 2 lines seem to tell you to go to the Fountain of Youth and that gate and the sign on the gate. Seems so obvious, but then if you read, maybe if you take the 3rd line or you read it a little differently, maybe it doesn't take you to the gate, or maybe it always seems to, though. So I don't want to debate that one because I don't know on that.
Okay, that was all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you. That wasn't even spicy, or you didn't even spicy or controversial.
There you go, or argumentative.
Yeah, nothing. I don't know. We need some spice here. I don't want to just be the only one. Evie, you going to say anything tonight? You can just say anything? You got to put your hand up, though. It's a hand raising night. Anybody else have? Yeah, again, pick a topic or pick something that's irritating you this week, and as long as it doesn't mention my name, because I know I irritated a few people this week. I guess I said no about certain things, but it's not a big deal. Won't be the first time I was controversial. Won't be the last. What have you been doing, Jimmy? Carly. Carly's coming. Get Carly. Okay, there you go.
Hey, Steve.
Hey. How are you?
I'm good. So I've been at the Wright Brothers Memorial for a long time. And I have a few reasons why I kind of think it's there. One of the things that I always kind of think about is like the themes of some of the cities. And, the Lost Colony is obviously one of the themes of this one. And you also know that I approach things based on everything being from like the fair people's perspective.
Right.
So right. I feel like the Lost Colony is very similar to The Vanishing. And it would potentially be something that the fair people themselves would be drawn to because they see something happening. Remember, everything is kind of mirrored, right, between their history and our history. So I kind of see like a mirror there between The Vanishing and the Lost Colony. And that's kind of why I think that the path disappears the way it does in the verse. It doesn't really matter if you believe it goes to like the Waterside Theater area or the Elizabethan Garden area. In both cases, you kind of end up down there on the beach and you're looking north and you're looking back at the wing, which is the Wright Brothers Memorial again. And then there's some other things just from like the theme and the verse, which in my mind lead back there. The first 4 lines take you from the Wright brothers to the island. And then those 4 letters form an acrostic of the word trip backwards. So essentially then, if you read those lines in reverse, it becomes a reverse trip back to the Wright brothers Memorial from the island. Other things, there are 2 of the symbols on the armor that look like bridge symbols. So it suggests that you would go across the bridge a second time. There's also a key hanging from a circle. So that could represent that the key to this puzzle is going in a circle. And then the idea of the puzzle being January and tying it to all the firsts. So the Wright brothers were the first flight. Virginia Dare was the first English-born child in America. There may be another first. I can't remember if there was another one that somebody has brought up before, but regardless, if that's like a theme, then going back to where you first started with the last 4 lines in the verse, kind of bringing you back around to the Wright Brothers Memorial, could play into that theme as well.
It's funny. It's not funny. Your thing funny. It's funny that what you said about the idea of these having you go back around to kind of like the beginning. I think Rob is still on. I think Rob has something going on with Milwaukee where the verse has to be switched around or something. And then somebody else was talking about in Milwaukee, the idea that you might have to go up the stairs and then maybe you go back down around the stairs or something like that. And not to mention Cleveland, that always had that reverse feeling where you had to figure out that you reverse something. So maybe, that's something I don't know, but maybe that's in 3 or 4 of these that there is that. So I'm not saying yay or nay, but it's funny that comes up, that idea of being more going back to where you start or where the verse starts, the reason you go back up to it. I don't know.
I kind of do that in Milwaukee too, because I start downtown and then I end up in Lake Park. But that line to the first young birch takes me back to where I actually started walking at the beginning of the verse. And then the rest of the verse, kind of fills out where you're at that point, in that downtown area.
Right.
So it's similar to them.
Yeah, it's similar, and it's, maybe there is something to these that, I say we missed or hadn't looked or we don't believe could be. That's one of those where, like the baseball park, nobody believed it would be in a baseball field. Maybe some did, but generally speaking, we never thought it'd be like on a baseball field, or I didn't think. But maybe it's the same with these where we don't think the verse has. We think of it as a start, and then you get to the point. X marks the point, but maybe the X marks the point somehow is back to near enough where you started the verse or the thing. So that's interesting. That's an interesting thought for people. Oh, here comes Rob. Uh-oh. Stand back, people. I know he yelled at me once this week, so I know I ticked him off a little bit. Just kidding, Rob. Just kidding. You should be able to accept that, Rob, and then you'll be able to speak. Rob. Well, his hand was up. He got a little stage fright, but I'm sure he'll hit the right button here in a minute.
Yeah.
Here he is.
You hear me?
There you go.
I still love you, Steve.
I know. I love you too. I was having fun with you. I was glad you guys got in. I like that you guys got into. You got into that good back and forth with Weber, which amounted to whatever it amounted to, but it was fun to read both
Well, I think-
people in the same park trying to figure out, how they are going to work it out. So that was fun.
Well, it was fun. The fun part is that through my explanation of just going back and forth, that he came to realize, and is he on here? Because he was on earlier. Anyway, but he came to realize something that he didn't see in his solve that actually made him change his mind about things. So he's going back, and I think he's going to take another look at things. So that's a good thing. I think that's good for everybody to have those debates and have some
Right.
vigorous discussions. And
Yeah.
for me, and part of that whole thing that came about from that discussion and what I was trying to prove is that we have to look at these from a very logical and objective way. And a lot of the times it's really hard to do that. We get invested in ideas and rabbit holes, and we do a lot of research. And so that we have to make that research work in our minds. And we kind of find connections that maybe don't best or strongest. But anyway, my point is that a logical way to break this down would be to have checkboxes and look at the value of the clues to match the verse lines. So everybody's got their own little, interpretations of what those verse lines could mean. But if you look at how solid they are, and if they are consecutive to how you're making that pathway, then there's a good probability that that's a really viable solution. So if you take that logic with the way I broke down the Milwaukee verses to those three sections, sorry, I have problems with my throat. If you break it down into those three parts, and then you look at each segment of that and really look at where in the park you think those, let's say there's 6 or 7 touch points in those clues that the verse gives us, that you can say, yes, this is a compass. This is 3 of something that works really well consecutively in that pathway. Then logically, it should be a viable solution. We can say, yeah, that works really well, as opposed to say, I'm going to pick this one over here, and I'm going to pick that one over there, and I'm going to pick that one over there. And it kind of works, or maybe this line doesn't work the greatest. And so that's the approach I think we should look at from all of these. And I don't know.
What was a part of the switching of the chunks of the verse you had switched?
Okay,
that
so-
was
and this goes along the lines of, what you were talking with Carly. I think there's mechanical things that JJP and BP devised for us to do, manipulate these. We've got Roanoke, where the potential of the Mad magazine fold. There's St. Augustine, where I personally think we have to use a mirror. There's clues for that. Milwaukee, maybe there's this juggling theme, that there's a manipulation of what we need to do with the clues in the verse. There's trickery, and JJP has said that there are things that whether it's anamorphic clues that you have to, use a mirror or whatever. There's mechanical things that we need to do to manipulate, as opposed to just looking picture and verse. So, you talked about Roanoke being that type of full circle deal, where you start out at one place and then it possibly brings you back to that place. I don't know if I necessarily subscribe to that for Roanoke, but I just think that there are definitely mechanical and more interesting, tricky ways that they devised for us to solve these. And finishing where you start would be another tricky way to do it. And in Milwaukee, to me, that would make sense, because we're looking at circles. There's a theme of circles and rings and a juggler. I don't necessarily have that as my theory for Milwaukee, but that would make sense there. And I don't know Charlie's for Roanoke.
Tell me, what clued you, or what is the why do you want to reverse those two chunks? I think that, don't you take a chunk of the verse and move it to the bottom or
Yeah.
something? Isn't there a switch? What makes you think that? Like, because that's kind of that would be on the extreme side of thinking up to this point in time when nobody really knows anymore where we're going
Well,
with these
it had-
things.
Yeah, it
you
had
know.
to do with what I explained earlier about the logical approach to having place in the park that fits consecutively, very importantly, consecutively the clues that you're looking at. So in the case where you say past 3, staying west, you'll see the letter from a country of Wonderstone's hearth on a proud tall fifth at the southern foot, a treasure awaits. That segment works really well from the top of the stairs down over to the lion statue in front of the lighthouse. You can pass the compass and reach the foot of the culvert below the bridge, walk 100 paces southeast over rock and soil to the first young birch. That part works really well from in front of the lion, past the compass, and then go to the South Ravine Trail and walk 100 paces under the bridge until it brings you out to North Lincoln Drive. Those check a lot of boxes as valuable or valued clues, and they're presented consecutively. To me, that says that works really well. So if you look at those and you say, well, gosh, if I draw this path and I draw that path, one seems to be before the other. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. You know, it makes sense in the consecutiveness of the clues and the value of those clues, but it seems they're out of order. So if you do swap, if you just swap those phrases, then you come out up the stairs, you walk down to the lion, and that's where the treasure is. So that third verse is just kind of like you've already walked it and gone through it. And so, yeah, that fits, but it's not where the actual treasure is. And so it's a little bit of trickery and that manipulation that I'm talking about, something mechanical that we have to do with these to solve them.
So what you're saying is, okay, so what you're saying is that the verse for Milwaukee, which verse is it? Is it tell me the number.
Oh, it's 8.
So
right?
I guess yes, 8. So everybody knows we're talking about 8. So you're saying there's blocks of kind of like 3 sections. I think there was one line in there by itself, but 3 sections of the thing, of the verse.
Right.
And you think those 3 aren't quite in linear order, or, you know, that one section of that put in the middle of the 2 or in a different position.
If you look at the 6 lines, sorry, go ahead.
No, it would make it all flow to what we find in Lake Park, right? Isn't that what I'm getting? That
Yeah, correct.
the verse,
Yep.
yes, okay. The verse seems out of order, but by chunks of verse.
That's
3 or
correct.
4 lines.
And the reason why it's broken up into those 6 lines is because of the word pass. Pass is what you do with when you juggle. There's the phrase pass, and then there's 6 lines, and then there's the word pass, and there's another 6 lines. So there's 2 phrases that start with pass that are both I can't speak, that are both 6 lines. And so those are 2 segment or phrases that get juggled.
Right. So now everybody who looks at Milwaukee, that page, and they'll see your thing you made. So maybe they'll catch on to that. But it does seem interesting, and I think it's almost it's kind of like the baseball field again, where most people wouldn't think BP would have done it. That maybe maybe that's why Cleveland is so odd. We know there are reasons why we think was done wrong or switched around, but maybe in his mind, I've always go back to in his mind and JJP's mind, when they're sitting there talking about that, they think it's very clear. So maybe we have to look at the verses again, break them up to how we think it is, and maybe he did just move a chunk differently and figured that was our problem.
The only it's not like I'm randomly picking this out to say that we should juggle this. To me, there are very definite image clues that lend to
Right.
actually reversing this and flipping it. You know, there's
Right.
the circle, there's a juggler. That's the obvious one. But if you actually turn the book 180 degrees, you physically take what you're looking at and you flip that image around, bottom to top, top to bottom. There's a lot of things that pop up that make you realize that, hey, this is clues that
Okay.
I'm getting from doing this. So there's that mechanical, like again, it's a mechanical vehicle.
Manipulation or whatever, right?
The clues are being hidden by.
Right. And the thing I'm just trying to say is that it seems like it's too extreme. BP would never have thought of that, or
No.
they
Yeah,
would have
it
done
does. It does. It
but
does. It really
maybe
does. But
they
let me,
did. You
yeah,
know,
but let me offer this. I mean, when you have 12 different puzzles, already
Right.
those, but if you have 12 different verse and image pairings to put together as a hunt, each one its own hunt, you have to come up with some creative ways to do the same types of things. And I mean, you just have to be interesting
No,
and intelligent
yeah, no,
about it.
I agree. I
creative.
agree. It's a step in a direction that most people wouldn't accept or think even possible. But over the years now, and stuff that JJP said about the paintings, I don't think anybody thought were possible. And so it reminds me of what Carly was saying. That kind of I don't know, out of the box thinking or a little bit different thinking than just straight down the page, which generally I would be thinking that the verse goes straight down the page. So there is a little bit of a trick, a little, I think Jay likes to call it gimmick
And I
or
think
something.
those things in Roanoke is another thing. We have to look at the image to get clues. We can't just, intend on reading the verse and having it give us everything for this solution.
Yeah,
It has
that's
to
a
come
tough
from clues. It has to come from clues and how we interpret symbolism and what's being given to us in the image. JJP
Right.
intended us to find this location just as easily as the verse. So what he's drawing and what these symbolic images and types of things that are there, I mean, those are meant to be interpreted by us.
I would only disagree with that. JJP wasn't painting the paintings for us to find, like using them to find a thing. He was painting some kind of theme, a thing, and then was given things to put in via pictures or comments from BP. So I don't know if he knew.
Didn't they work together back and forth? Like he said, "Hey, what about this?" And then now do that. It was a back and forth. It wasn't, he may not. Let's put the idea that he doesn't know the dig sites aside. I mean, that's just absurd.
No. They worked together, being there was a boss and an employee, and they're the two working the verse and stuff. But again, we don't know. Only JJP expressing that they work together. We don't know really what that means. A lot of it is, JJP's 40-year thing and friendship and working together. I'm not saying they didn't work together on these, but I don't think they worked together where JJP was saying, no, I don't think that's a good spot for I don't think Byron told him. He didn't tell him what the fence post was. He just said, put it in. To me, that's the kind of example of working together. Just put it in. I need a nice fence post. It looks like this. It has a halo over it, or took a picture of it. But I don't think they collaborated on the true puzzleness of it. So I don't think JJP's, this is my personal opinion, Rob, and not it's for all of you too. My personal opinion, I don't think JJP painted those to help us. They're not made to help us find on their own. They are not there to find the thing. They're supposed to help narrow down to the island.
I'll disagree with you because we don't know that for sure.
Well, right, we don't know that either. Right, I'll go that, but I don't. Ever since I started, the paintings were more narrowing down to, and the verse was more BP, so it would be more his thing. The verse has, like Chicago verse has some, and then the Bowman is stuck in there that kind of gives you a visual to cross the street or go that way, but it doesn't. Other than the fence post.
I personally think the paintings are visual interpretations or symbolisms of the dig site and the park.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's what I think.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. It's a hard one to, again, we don't know exactly, but yeah, it's a hard one.
No,
but
we don't.
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. That if you turn that painting in Milwaukee over, that somehow that represents the park. Is that where that was going? Okay.
Well, no, it gives you clues that confirm your solutions or what you think. Like for instance, what I see when I turn that image is that there's ravines that show up. There's ravines in her arms. There's ravines in the cloak, the big swirl on the cloak, and then the background negative space. There's two major, where we see the city hall against the sky. In the negative space, if you turn that upside down, that's a big ravine, and there's 5 ravines in that painting, and there's 5 ravines in the park.
I remember you mentioned
balls. Yeah, the balls get show like 1 and 2 on a clock. The rebus is actually read correctly left to right. The swirling of the figure, the movement that this fair folk person with the cloak on is actually turning in place, because that's how the movement of that cloak would happen. So they're turning. So that's suggestive of us turning the book or turning around or turning else or again, symbolic clues for us and mechanisms for us to confirm our solutions or what we're looking at on site.
Yeah.
Those are my ideas.
Yeah, no, I know.
You're correct. I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm just saying this is what I interpret.
I think we all took a poll, and we know it's just your opinion, and that Weber is more correct, but not really. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, I think I respect his view of the park. We had some good back and forth, and I had some suggestions of what, like for example, the compass could be that works for his solution, works a little better, and so that's an idea for him. And I don't do that.
I know.
Any kind of hesitation. I mean,
No, if anybody hadn't been on Milwaukee channel, you'd have to scroll back quite a few scrolls, but you could see the back and forth that was going on, which was pretty fun, because it all half started with the idea that we were going to have a debate with you two, and that kind of fell apart because we couldn't get the right night, or actually it was going to be tonight, I think was what the plan was. And then, but you guys got together on there and actually did what we would have done like on this. So it was kind of fun to watch that happen. And I knew you're still both in the same park. That's what's interesting. Two people.
I'm pretty open about my stuff that I put out there. I put a lot of stuff out there. So, I mean, I'm in the mindset that, whatever's going to help people make a solve or come to a conclusion that maybe my ideas, they're not solely my ideas. They're, like my interpretations of what I take from other people's ideas. And, it's like a conglomeration of ideas ultimately, because,
Of course. Yeah, no, it was fun. It was fun to, I don't even want to bring it up.
I will say back to the early part of the discussion, the St. Augustine.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say back to the early part of the discussion, the St. Augustine fair folk at the top.
Oh.
That is a fair folk, I would think. The one in the stone so much.
The guy on the horse?
The guy on the horse.
The guy on the horse.
That's the Mir Kamira, which is which is a Hadass.
Which is the Mir Kamira. Oh, that's that's why you want to use the mirror on that one.
Correct.
Right.
That is not solely why I want to use a mirror.
I know.
I think that's a little edit that BP put in very easily. It's a name change, or putting the index at the end. What's the reason for that index? To show where the origins of the people are, what the There's little
Uh-oh.
clues in that as well.
I thought that was a rhetorical question. Did you want somebody to answer why is that index in the back, or did you?
What's the
Was
need
that-
for it? No, it's just more of a rhetorical.
Okay, because I'm pretty sure a couple people on here could give you a reason.
Oh yeah, I mean there's lots. I mean Carly has a lot of that evidence. And
I know Carly and Scott
it
really
goes way deeper than I would on that stuff. But
digging deep.
I don't know how deep it goes, but I do know that there are suggestions or hints or clues that are not
Sure.
necessary to the solve, but that are helpful. You don't, it's not that you don't just need the image and the verse. These are other little tidbits that clue your mind into a way of thinking, or a suggested way of thinking. And those
How
illustrations are
how
done
come,
by AJP, so some of them I should
How
say.
come the Japanese clues don't get used as much as they used to, or maybe they're just now commonly thought things that are kind of blended in? Because they seem to be, understandably, the Japanese book and the translator, and there could be a little bit of leeway to what he translated or whatever, but I don't find them being used as well as, because they should give you a little bit of even if they were made for Japanese readers, they should
What was
still
it,
give
a
you.
couple of years later that he actually did that? Do we know that for sure?
The book, I think, I think it was done. The book was sold, so then the book was published in Japan or wherever it was, officially published, was a couple years after The Secret. So I think 83, 84, 85, something like that. I'd have to look up that thing. But yeah, then he did the I guess, when did he do, who did the translations? George had somebody do that was well after.
Phil Abbott.
But then they found the book, and then I guess it's
The point
translated.
is that there is definitely some potential memory issues, or we don't know how an interpreter sees
Right.
or
Right.
and translates exactly. So I think you have to take them with a bit of a bit of skepticism or a grain of salt almost, because I just don't know how valid you
I
can
get
really
that.
claim they are.
Yeah. I mean, I've always said that since it was a translator translating an English book for Japanese readers, he's doing it with that context, and thought that he understood what some of these weird concepts were and could have not gotten the right exact one. It gets back to that, the painting and looking at it for numbers or the combination numbers and stuff like that. That seems not quite like it was accurate or
I agree.
misleading or something, but not on purpose. He just like us, kind of had to wing it a little bit, I guess. I don't know. Japanese clues. I don't know.
Hey, so
I don't
I
know
forgot
what
to ask
Japanese
you,
person. Go ahead.
Where was your road trip? You hit
My
Cleveland
road trip.
in August, and did you have any other stops?
Let's start with the most fun part. Was the beginning when I was almost in Cleveland area, because I drove from Texas up towards Cleveland, and then I had to go to New England, but I was going up and over behind the major weather that had moved through. But anyways, I got close to Cleveland, and I stopped at a truck stop gas station place, and I bought a tape measure so that I could actually tape the 10 feet from the tree, or 12 feet as it per se. So I in a sense drove all that way just to measure a tree. Yeah, that was fun. Well, when I was that close, I said,
you settled some stuff though. That was good.
I guess I kind of guessed that you can't, it wasn't 10 feet away if it was 12 feet, but depending on where you measure and how you measure. And I'm like, I was almost ready to get in the car and go again. And then I drove across New York. I took the scenic route up near Erie and through central New York almost to Highway 20, I think I was on. I kind of was lost.
Should have got to Montreal.
Yeah. I saw the sign. The sign kept, there were signs that are going, Montreal that way. I'm thinking, I hope I'm not that close to Canada. So then I, and went to New England, saw my son graduated from college. And then I went down to Jacksonville to see my niece. Yeah. Oh, I drove down to Jacksonville, saw my niece. And then
to hit along the way.
Well, I almost went to the coast and went down. And then I'm like, I was having to, And then I went to St. Augustine, and there I had the summit. I had the summit meeting, at dinner with the big guy, the head guy, the big guy, and secret talk, handshakes, pass the salt, please. Thank you. And then I was in. No. And then George brought the painting and sat at dinner, and, we had it at dinner, and it was sitting in his chair at dinner. It's just funny to think that, it was like an important guest. And so I saw the painting and visited with Rachel and George and Destiny, and we laughed about some things. And I came away. I came away with as much knowledge as I had when I got there. Nothing. No
so you didn't
secret.
hit New Orleans on your way home?
I almost did, and I almost came down towards Tampa, St. Pete, and I saw where you were. It would have been a one more day swing out of my way. But,
that's like a 5 hour.
Yeah, well, that would have been
5 hours one way.
Added a day. Yes, I would have added a day to my thing, but I almost did, but I didn't.
You should have. Well, I would have.
Next time I have to go to Jacksonville to visit my thing, and I'd come down that way. I'll do a longer. But yeah, I did. It was fun, and having dinner with George and stuff, and I've made it sound like it was something. We were just, it was just sitting around BSing about.
That's a long drive. How many miles is that, by the way?
I don't know what it was. I didn't even clock it, but it's got to be
4,000 miles.
Couple thousand at least. I think I have. It's at least two. It was close to 2,000 because I had the oil change, and I think I looked up there, and it's probably 2,500. I don't know, something. I don't know. But the gas prices were $4.69 generally. Sometimes $4.99. Sometimes a little less than that. But it was pretty high. Yeah, that was for my little car to put that. $40 and more. Sometimes I'm like, oh. Jeez. So
you just go Buc-ee's to Buc-ee's to Buc-ee's to Buc-ee's.
I love them. I did. I took pictures of the Buc-ee's. Yeah, Buc-ee's to Buc-ee's. They have the best. They have the best restrooms in the world. I'll tell you that.
Fun.
But yeah, Buc-ee's. If nobody knows what Buc-ee's is, someday you'll find a Buc-ee's. So that was my road trip, and it was a lot of I was tired. But it was fun. I saw St. Augustine. I walked around. I did all the touristy things, and then we had dinner that night because George was out of town, came back. So, but I did go to all the, the hot spots for the Secret Inn. And if you never did hear the story of, I was in the Fountain of Youth, paid my $20, got to do it. Mm-hmm. Go see the things, go walk around, look at where everything happened. Okay, whatever. And on my way out of the gift shop, out the exit, two guys with a GPR were by a tree, and I'm like,
no.
Hey. Yes, I got pictures of it. I said, hey, what are you doing? And they kind of sheepishly said, we're looking for a box. I'm like, you're looking for the secret treasure, aren't you? And they kind of laughed, and I'm like, I know what you do. How did you get approval? They just happened to go there that day. I guess they rented the GPR, and they went there and they talked to Fraser. They got John Fraser came out and talked to them, and somehow he said okay. So they were over there, and so a little while later, John Fraser came out to talk to them, see what their progress was, and I was standing there, and I'm like, Mr. Fraser. And I introduced myself and, whatever. I said, I didn't think anybody was getting permission to. He goes, well, it's very rare, and I could say I almost never do, but this is out of the way. It's not going to hurt anything. Nobody. He goes, so I allow them. They only got to do like a 3x3, something like that spot, and it was a terrible spot. But they ran their GPR over the top of it, and they were talking to their technician guy, and they didn't determine squat. So they dug the hole, and all they found was roots. And but here's the thing for those listening, not a lot of people listening. They don't really like the secret at the Fountain of Youth.
No,
You
sure.
don't. Yeah, if you go there, you do not say anything about the secret. You do not have the book out. Do not. If they see you, they will. They didn't even like me standing there talking to those guys. They would have been preferred I just left. And I'm like, oh, I just interested in what they're doing. But they were really, didn't like them. But anyways, the two guys, they dug their hole. They got down and nothing. But
Well,
he did.
I'm
He
satisfied.
did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, they got to. And of course, they told me they had been to Houston and New Orleans, and I think they had gone to Charleston. I don't know if they went to Roanoke Island, but they were making this big secret journey thing going around. And of course, they told me everywhere that the casks were, except some of them were underneath. Well, you know what I mean. They were telling me exactly where they were. And I'm like, okay, but. So it was kind of
You
fun
want
to
to
see somebody actually out there.
Right. That's good fun.
But they were on the outside of the fence of the Fountain of Youth. Really, it's still on the property and stuff, but it wasn't inside where anything else has ever happened. So they were in a real obscure little corner. So that was that.
And you said you like the amphitheater.
Well, I don't know if I ever thought it was, that great an idea. But then when I go down there, because it's not as far away as I always imagined, I didn't dislike it. I haven't really gone back and decided, I don't really have a dog in that game. So I wasn't really, but it's hard to get away from the Fountain of Youth, but the amphitheater and that rock does look like there's a palm tree. You could see some of that going, So it was interesting.
Nice.
Yeah, it was fun. So anybody else? Have? Oh,
I've
so go ahead.
GPR'd a bunch. I've GPR'd a bunch in my spot in St. Augustine, and I've dug a bunch and probed the hell out of it.
So what do you? Here's my opinion on GPRs. I think they stink. I think there's never going to be, unless you can dig while you're there, what you think you read. If you can't dig it, I don't even know why you need to GPR it, because I don't think anybody really can read. You know what I mean?
No, I don't think that. I've proven that you can. I actually found in the park that I'm in St. Augustine, I GPR'd and I dug and where there was a very close signature to what it should be, the testing that I did on it. And it was a large fist-size piece of coquina that I dug up. So, fortunately, but
Right.
it showed up. It showed up as something to dig.
It showed
But I was able
something.
to dig. I shouldn't say able. I dug.
Well, it showed up as something worth digging. Like,
Yeah. I've
yeah.
done a lot of testing with GPR and mock analog of a cask and Plexibox. Quite a bit of experience with it.
So you think you could, if there was the plastic, but then why did you go? Because the coquina gave you that same kind of reading
Exactly.
or close enough? Yeah.
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah. that's fine. That's good. That's good to hear that maybe, maybe. But again, I think like Weber was talking about wanting to get somebody to take him, Milwaukee, and he wants a GPR, but they don't allow you to dig there. And I don't think his plan was to dig. But if you just run GPR, I don't think you're not doing yourself any real service, because unless you dig a few of those up, you don't know really what you're hitting. It's
exactly. I mean, you would GPR, and then you would probe, and you would probe a lot, and you can kind of
down
contextualize what's down there with the probe if you know.
Right.
So, I mean, you know what kind of target you're looking for.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Those poor saps, $500 they spent just to put a GPR. They even tried after they dug the hole a couple feet down, and then I saw them lift it up and try to put it on top of the hole, like rest it on top.
Further down.
I guess they thought they were going to get some kind of reading, and finally they moved it off and goes, well, that didn't help. Well, it did. It showed them that there was no cask where they were at. That's all it showed them.
Well, I mean, you can't just GPR. You have to probe after you GPR.
Right. There's got to be. You're right. There's a lot more to the.
Yeah.
I was looking at something. Okay. Oh, speaking of, sorry, Weber. I probably bashed you a couple times. Weber's on if you want to say something. Rob was talking about Milwaukee. We were just talking about the GPR idea you have, and I'm questioning if it's going to help you. So you could bash me if you want. And then, I was hoping, Erica was supposed to be on. She wanted to be on at the same time as you, Kathy. So maybe she'll pop back on in a minute. And you guys, she wanted to go over that web.
I'll jump off then.
Okay, I'll move you back down. Let me see if Weber wants to say anything. All right. Let's see. Oh, maybe where'd he go? Did he go? I guess he didn't want to say nothing. That's okay. Anybody else think of anything other ones? I don't know what else is going on lately. Let me think. I don't mean to. Let me look at my list. I was hoping I did have. I don't know. No, you know who it is. So there's a guy on on Facebook. I met this guy, and this is going to sound kind of weird, but many years ago, I was in the Herman Park walking around and surveying my trees again. And this guy walks by and he points and says, they think there's a treasure in this area. And I'm like, no kidding. And so we started talking. And of course, he was a secret person sort of thing. Well, he joined Facebook, and he's kind of extreme even for me, but we've sat in the park many a day. I go up there and meet him, and we sit there and talk. And anyway, he was on Facebook, and I guess he got booted off because he started getting a little, he's very, he was going to join today. I was hoping he would join and come on, because it's hard to describe some of what irritates him about everything. So, but anyways, I had his question that he wanted. But anyways, he got booted, so I don't know if I should even bring that up. I don't know why Weber wouldn't talk, Rob. I don't know. But Kathy, Erica wanted to talk about your that website thing, but I don't know if she's going to be back, or if you want to message her and ask her if she jumps on. You guys can talk about how that went or is going. Daniel, how are you? Good to hear you're back. See you on here. I'm kind of thinking San Francisco hasn't been in a conversation in a while on Discord. I was trying to think if any of the other ones have been. Milwaukee's been the most active, I think. Montreal has quieted down. New York has really quieted down. I thought there was a surge of New York interest. It's quieted down. Houston never is very thing. NOLA off and on. I don't know. Jimmy, what have you been doing? Come on, buddy. Raise your hand. Tell me a little about Chicago. Oh, I don't know if we're being streamed. Are there, Jay, can you look and if it's being streamed, is there any questions? Is it the question thing on? Maybe there's a question somebody's been trying to ask on there. Oh yeah, there you go. I'll message her. Okay. Otherwise, let me see. Let's see what else I learned while I've been away or while I was away. I did not stop in Kentucky. I have been there once, but I didn't have any tribute and the park up there. I didn't bother to stop. My whole plan was not to stop at every place along the route. I just got kind of carried away with Cleveland. I was looking at some notes. Oh, no, I better not read those. That's a bad thing. Bad topic. Nobody's talking. Jay, you haven't talked to me once tonight. Anybody see any questions on YouTube or whatever? Is anybody out there? Let me think. Oh, thank goodness, Jay. Jay, I thought you had the ability to speak, didn't you? Jay's going to come on any second now, people out there in secret land. Jay, what's up?
I figure it out.
Say again?
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. You're good. Whoop.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear
Yes.
you now.
Oh, okay.
Graydon
Well,
was the only one who was on
Technical
Facebook.
difficulties there. What happened, Jay?
Graydon says, "What's up, people on Facebook?" And that's it so far.
That was it so far?
Yeah.
Well, I could probably make 10 minutes out of that, but we'll just say, hey, Graydon. Hey, Graydon, we are over here on Discord and we could use you to come up with a question. We've talked to Rob for a few minutes and can't think of too much else. What else has gone on all week, Jay? Come on, Jay. We haven't talked very much this week.
I've been working on Treasures Inside. I'm not a secret.
Oh, have you started? I know I have to pull that book out. If anybody else after that, I guess it was last Sunday or whatever, the Treasure Inside. It's kind of a big book. It's very, I like the treasures, reading about each of the treasure things. And then it seems complicated. I know what I was going to say. I had a thing on my Facebook today. What is it? The Great American Treasure Hunt #4 or something? Is that something people know about? I guess it's coming out, the new one, the Great American Treasure Hunt, I think is what it was called. I don't know if anybody knew about that, but what did anybody do for Memorial Day weekend? Anything special happen today? I was trying to think. I didn't do anything. Oh, man. I might have to think of something controversial to talk about here.
I'm looking for the comments on YouTube, but it doesn't seem like there's any that I can see.
No, well, it is Memorial Week, and then a lot of people probably are outside and stuff. But yeah, we knew that when I didn't know it was a holiday for the most part, but until somebody told me it was a holiday earlier in the week, I never remember. I never look at these things.
It looks like a Johnny Dubs is requesting to speak.
Oh, thanks for pointing it out. I wasn't paying attention.
Go off mute here. Okay,
Yep.
So Well, this is just a general topic. It's not one puzzle, really.
Good.
I guess one of my questions is do we believe that these puzzles pinpoint exactly where to dig? Okay. Versus
Yep.
the general area where you just dig, you brute force dig and find it.
Well, good. That's a good question, Johnny Dub, because that's something that's another one of my favorite topics. Jay, do you want to answer it first? Or would you like the right answer?
I mean, I think it would have to give you a pretty precise
Yeah.
spot to dig.
Yeah.
I think yes. I'm on the side that when I first started, the general consensus or the general thought was that it's not quite. It was kind of, close. You're close enough. You got to figure. You're just going to find it. But as I've gone through it and thought about it over the years, obviously, if you're doing a treasure hunt, and the whole thing is like a treasure hunt, there's going to be an X marks the spot. It's not. It wouldn't be unusual. It wouldn't be likely that the maker of the treasure hunt wouldn't at least try or imply or show somehow kind of the X marks the spot. I mean, it just seems like it goes with the whole idea of it. So if you're on the side of the fence that says, nah, he just got us close and then we had to kind of wing it, then you're not going to look for those little more exact, precise ways.
With Chicago, obviously, each post.
Well, that's the thing. Chicago was the thing that threw them off, or I think threw them off to the point where they thought, no, they never did. There was no exact thing because BP did not tell the boys exactly what maybe he should have, but maybe he didn't want to because he didn't want to give away some of his secret. And later and it's controversial, but yeah, the fence post, the halo post was meant to be in that painting for a reason. So, and then the verse kind of alludes to it. So you'd say that has to be something. The verse says 10 by 13 and the trees, the label of trees. And so that gets you to the corner and into a pretty good spot, like you can kind of eye it, but you can be off by a lot. And then my personal thing is when he told Brian and Andy something about feet, that there was a measurement to it. And that was partly that 10 by 13. Probably you're supposed to measure something from something. And I would say the fence post. Now, not everybody agrees with that. And it goes back and forth and on. And that's fine because I can't prove it. But if he didn't mean feet for Chicago and he messed up, he had it confused in his head and he just said feet for Chicago, I bet there's another verse or another treasure hunt or another treasure that you do measure. For some reason he said feet. So I get the feeling like there's another one that you would probably measure out from somewhere, feet and some clue in the verse. Cleveland is a very exact, it's an exact count. You count the bricks. Now, which side and figuring out the trick to it, okay, that's not as clear as it should have been, but it's a clear count. Boston, I don't know if it was under the home plate or, technically under where home plate would be, but the leg and the foot maybe is inferring something or maybe that's saying within that area or whatever. So I think that either there's verse or painting or both, that there is a more exact spot. I mentioned earlier, like the dig spot indicator idea that like in Houston, in the center of four alike seems to be telling you an exact spot. And then maybe there's something visually that, nudges you that way. Roanoke has the under the last thing touched or first thing standing or whatever that line. It kind of says under that. So if you know what that is, then it does kind of tell you exactly where. And then there's a few others, and I can't remember exactly. Maybe New Orleans with the 15 by 21 or something like that, that kind of thing. Maybe that when you are in the right spot, that will make sense to what 15 and the middle of 21 is or something like that. There's a few others like that I think they do give you. Milwaukee at the southern foot. Okay. First you figure out what they're talking about. And then there's a southern foot. Now, does that mean a foot away, or is there something else in the painting that I was showing on her sleeve what looks like a 5? Now, is that 5 referring maybe to the fifth, proud fifth? Maybe there's something having to do with that, or maybe that 5 ends up later 5 feet away, or something gives you a thing. So I think there is kind of, but I don't think, I've never thought that we understood BP and JJP enough to just see it on our own.
Do you think that Byron ever gave JJP enough information to put something like that, like, distances or stuff like that in the painting?
No, I would, my hunch, my feeling is that if we take it that BP kept this stuff pretty secret and didn't tell JJP the details to the dig spot, that kind of thing, he didn't tell him. He didn't tell him that the fence post fixture, the halo, was important enough. He just wanted it in the painting and said it would, maybe he said it was important, but he didn't go on to tell him that maybe 10 by 13 will be trees, but they also, if they think about it, they should measure from that post, that kind of thing. I don't think so. I think what he told him, or if he told him anything, certainly he had a picture of something. He says very important there. And I need, I'm going to just make up something, but I need, make sure you put in a few numbers, 1, 3, 5, 7 or something like that, just something, or the picture of I want to know what the leg is. Was that something BP told him to put the leg next to the home plate, or did he just do that for context of a home plate, but it's an odd thing, so BP was in control.
Longitude and latitude in the paintings. So he clearly
there are things they talked about. Well, there's certain things that, like that, he mentioned the template. So you could think the template was make sure you get the gem, the flower, we'll put in lat longs or a rebus or something like that. Let's mix it up. Let's put the month, either a clock, somehow they came up with a month number, using clocks or objects. And maybe they talked about what kind of objects to use, so there's, we know there's kind of 5 or 6 things. Now, is there a column that says dig site indicator? I don't think he ever labeled it that for JJP. He just said, I need this and this and this and this one in there. And BP knew which one was maybe the last clue of the verse, And that kept JJP from ever knowing.
Well, he said stuff like the flags from the old Ironsides in Boston, because JJP knew that, right? So
he knew he was supposed to. I think the story is that Byron asked him to put Old Ironside in, or a ship to represent Old Ironside, and he said something like, "Well, I can't just paint a big ship in the painting because it'd be too obvious." So he decided to put the flags. The symbols that look like those kind of flags, but they're not the same, they're not exactly. So, but he put them in there to represent the ship, right? But it represents the ship. He didn't put those symbol flags in to represent the flags on the ship. The verse line is what BP wrote. So BP knew what all the letters are there to see meant. JJP not necessarily didn't didn't need to know that the flags on the ship, because he just made the symbols. He didn't use the same symbols. So I don't know if he knew or didn't know, but he said he didn't know the verses or didn't read the verses. He wasn't making up images for his paintings using like the verse. So either BP didn't give him the verses to correlate to his painting, or BP didn't want to give it, or the verse wasn't exactly done as the painting was being done.
He was at least given clues that may have vaguely indicated where they were at, but maybe not. He
wasn't
like
told. He wasn't told like I need this in because it's going to be buried under the home plate in that field. He could have said, "I need a shape of I need a home plate," being that he must have told him that it'll have a baseball theme or something with the hairdo as, being a baseball field, and he put a baseball bat in it. So there was a baseball theme. Maybe he just said baseball theme and I'll need a home plate exactly, in it somewhere. So yeah, he may have alluded to which clue was more or less important to the theme. But like the Chicago fence post, I just need this fence post, and it's located in Chicago. He may not even have told him it was Grant Park. He just said it's along the fence line. I need that. So we don't know. We don't know that part, but I think so. Back to the question, my personal thing lately in the last couple of years is that I'm on the side that, yeah, if you're narrowing it down and you're working all the verse lines, when you get to a certain point, most of them seem to have a verse line or two that are the dig spot. You almost kind of feel like, okay, that's telling me the dig spot. So what could that represent? Either the verse line, or is there an image that kind of helps? And I told the story earlier about like Houston, my spot. Jay's over in a different spot. So, but in Houston, if you take the 4 trees as the 4 alike, I can go back and I can find the center of those 4 trees. So I know where the dig spot is. And then I said, well, there's no real need for a dig spot indicator, because I know once you find 4 trees or 4 alike, you have your spot. But it also has in the painting the little railroad tracks that we step over. It talks about small of scale stepping over. And those happen to be within, I forget what they said, 15, 20 feet. They're just right there. They would be right in visual right there in between looking back across the lake. So I think those could be the important visual to the dig spot.
So I don't work with Houston that much. So
yeah,
is the painting supposed to be like, the shape of the tower, the main tower in the painting? Is it supposed to be like if you make it 2D, is it supposed to be, was it the lake and the
reflecting pond area in the center of the park? Yeah, in the center of the park.
Is that what it's supposed to be?
Not in my viewpoint, not in mine, not in me. Jay, what do you have for the big column? Gets into his, but his is a little trickier because it has to do with the Masonic stuff. So I forget how you do the big column. What would you call that?
I was just wondering because there's a star at the top of the painting.
Right.
It looks almost like a gun sight to me.
Some have said that, and in Texas, that'd be a likely. But
there's a street or something up there called Remington Street.
Yeah.
Which
it's
I just wondered if maybe that was supposed to line you up and give you an idea.
I believe George said that. I think George said that JJP said that was like for Lone Star State or Lone Star. I think he somewhere that came up, something like that. And that's kind of a North Star symbol. If you look in paintings, they use that kind of gun sight. Yeah, that's kind of a North Star. So if you think of it, well, if you look at the shadows of the columns that are showing, you could read in that if that's north, then the sun is setting in the west and the shadows are going to the east. And then if you take the litany and say, but it talks about scarlet sky at dawn, but the litany is talking about the old world. So if you really wanted to get crazy here, that you would say, okay, the scarlet sky at dawn in Araby in the old world is actually sunset in Texas or in the New World, Southwest. It's about 12 hours, that kind of thing. So you could play that game. But if you took that as the North Star, then that's definitely the West and the sun is setting.
Yeah.
I think Jay is.
The jewel has anything to do with where it's at in the park? Because I guess like I'm saying though, I always thought that it kind of like was meant to be a 2D, not necessarily
Right.
an overlay, but just give you a rough estimate of where it was.
Do you want to answer that, Jay? What do you think about the gem being?
I know some people put that out there as indicative of the dig spot, but I don't subscribe to that.
Okay.
The only thing, I remember the biggest point was that it's the only one that has it sitting on the ground. Like it seems to be depicted as sitting on the ground, but I do not think that's what it indicates where it is exactly.
I mean, look at the
I don't think JJP would have to know, more to put the gem relevant to the spot. Like,
I mean, my point is, look at the Charleston one. It's way out in the right-hand side corner in black.
Yeah.
If you look at the Charleston one, it actually looks kind of like there's water on the side of it or waves on the side of it. But yeah,
it's hard to say. But then he would have to know more or less where exactly the cask was buried relative to whatever other clue that the gem was supposed to relate to. So I'd say no. I'd say it is in the same area. I could say it's in that same area, but it's not depicting where I think it would be pinned, in the trees for center of. And I don't think Jay agree. I think Jay agrees that the gem doesn't depict where he thinks it would be. So no. I think that's always one of those that we feel like it should, but it really doesn't.
Even in Boston, it wasn't near the home plate.
Yeah, it's kind of like in the fairy's hands. She's kind of like catching it in Boston.
Yeah. I mean, you can get more into that baseball theme and tie, but after the fact kind of thing. But I don't think it actually, really the gem has anything. It would start leading you into that he would know very specifically where everything was, and I don't really think he. And also, I think he was
important.
With Cleveland, it kind of looks like it might be. It's up in that Keystone stone.
Yeah, but that's the center of that would be the center
else in that Keystone stone that looks kind of like a planter.
But the gem would be technically in the center, and that isn't where they found the cast. So,
Chicago, it's on the loop earring, right? So it's on the loop. It sort of implies it's on the loop. Right. The gem.
Well, that's what some feel that. Yes. Yeah, they like that loop. The loop. Again, I think he was kept in the dark about a lot of it. Maybe later on, and there are certain ones that he caught on to what what Byron was giving him. but I just kind of feel like Byron being that secretive type that, didn't need to tell him everything. Just, I need these in, and it'll go with the baseball theme. I need a home plate, and put it in there somewhere, and bing, bang, boom. In the end, it fit.
It'd be interesting to know for sure, but
Yeah.
obviously we're
Well,
not going to know.
We have a problem with that.
Nope.
BP took that, seems to have taken that, and nobody else, no other person associated with book has ever stood up and said, no, there is another copy of the solutions or something. So, but
Now, I'm just saying it would be nice to know if JJP got information like that, like put a loop earring in the Chicago painting.
yeah, right. Like if he would be 100% honest, or, could be, and he would be forthright and answer the questions just clearly enough. But he's not. In his head, he's giving away too much by even talking about anything that isn't, already solved or so whatever. And even that, I don't know if he's given us. He says he's given us everything about Boston that we could ever ask, except that's what George. So he thinks he's given everything that was worth talking about in the Boston one. So it's up to I don't know. Kathy, Kathy, did you get Erica? Did you get her? Did she respond at all? Because if you guys want to mention, she was something that she was going to mention about how the website was. She was, and I said you were going to come later, and she said yes. I thought you were. And if you guys want to, but you can talk about it, and so can Okay, maybe not. Well, I guess that was it. But yeah, so my thing, I forget what the question was, but yeah, I think there is more. Or BP did try, or he put something in that we should catch on to, maybe that would help you know more of an exact spot. So why you would dig that first hole. Now, it might not be the perfect exact spot that you would shovel hit it the first time, but I kind of feel like he wouldn't have left that out. There would be, even if we don't understand it, it's in there somewhere that, it's like JJP's painting. We still, some of the stuff we don't understand his thinking behind why he would do it, but he did it. And I'm sure Byron had a lot of things in him that maybe we haven't caught on to, but he would do it. That's just my opinion, but my opinion is always right. Let's just keep that in mind. If we all agree to that, I would be happy.
So speaking about your opinion, since you recently visited the Cleveland site, what was your take on why Brian and Andy got it wrong on the first try?
Somebody said something the other day that I didn't remember or didn't put together. I think they got it wrong. This is just real opinion and just winging it right here because Jay just asked me. But there might be the reason they got off track or got wrong because there was the wedding going on in front of the wall. And when they got there, the wedding people, all the wedding stuff, and it was only that reason that they decided to go around the back of the wall. And then they kind of started putting, going, oh, okay, wait a minute. But they actually, they saw the names on the front of the wall. So that would be in their head that they saw that. But I don't think they ever really got to stand in front of the front, do the count, and kind of think it out, and then go around the back of the wall, and then kind of stand there and think, why did it tell us to go to, why did it make us count to that left side, and now it's on the right side? Why did that, I think there was something about that because the wedding was happening, they got distracted from standing in front of it and kind of working out each part. that when they got to the back, they missed that idea that why is it saying this on this side? You know, because they didn't know, like, you know, even the painting, maybe that one column leans, maybe that would have triggered something like, why does that column lean on that side? So I think it was because that wedding thing kind of threw them off. They didn't get to really go through maybe the stages of standing in front, thinking about it, and then going, okay, now let's go around the side. And the big 7 steps. Oh, good. The guy he was on a few minutes ago, and it would scare me if he hadn't. But even the idea of hopping up 7 steps, you can hop up or whatever it says. When you go around to the right, you do the lower level at that junction. There are 3 steps, and then you're on the porch. And then there are 4 distinctive steps, and you're standing then right in front of the bench, within, you know, a foot from the edge of the seat of the bench, and the planter is right there in front of you. If you go the other way to the left of it, you will get to the same place, but you will have way more steps. You won't understand what going up 7 steps are. You will reach the porch, I call it, and you will see 4 steps. And so you would have to stand there a minute and say, why did it say 7 steps? Now, I do not believe, and even though it says you can hop, I do not believe what Brian did was what Byron thought you hop up. But that's, you know, people might think, well, it says hop, so you have to hop. Because how far is a hop? How far are the hops? Blah, blah, blah. And hopping up to the 17 inches as the level of the seat. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hop to the seat level. That's 17 inches. And then you have to go another 3 feet something is the top of the bench, you know, where the planter is. So it's not a hopping kind of thing. Let me tell you, it isn't for a 66-year-old either. I did not hop up there when I got there. It was sort of like you heard a grunt and a groan and me, you know, doing the old man climbing up a little bitty wall. So I don't think it's a hop. But if you went the other way and you got to that right in front of those 4 steps, and you would think, okay, I just went up 3 and I just have to hop up these 4, and bam, you're standing there eye level to the dig spot, you know. So I think it kind of was because they got thrown off by not having time in front to kind of work out something. Then they counted, and they counted. I don't even remember if they did count from the front, if they just went around the back and then said, oh, count right to left. And then they got off, they were on the wrong side. They had done it on the front. I think they might have thought, well, that's weird. When you do it from the front, you end up in that, you know, the left-hand corner as you're facing the wall, the left hand. But there's no place to dig. It's a stone slab. But when they got on the backside and then they did it, and they're like, well, that's weird. It's 2 different, it would be 2 different sides of the planter. And then maybe they could have said, oh, wait a minute, you know. But again, they did it all on the fly. So I can't judge, you know, so that was my theory this time when I was standing there. I was thinking a little bit about that.
No, I agree with you
Especially
about the steps. And the hop is just kind of colorful language.
Yeah, no,
and it does kind of imply that later on you'll have to hop up into the thing, but not necessarily that 7th step.
Right. I don't think you have to hop 7 times. And yeah, maybe the word he used, hop, meaning that you're going to have to go, you know, at that last point, go kind of hop up onto it to dig down, because anybody would, but it isn't like another hop. Let me tell you. It's a kind of like you lean your belly on the top, and then you roll to one side, you grab the bush and you pull yourself up, and then you stand up, and then you're 12 feet from the tree. But yeah, I think there was something like that. I think they just got off because I think if you counted from the front, you'd question it and say, this is stupid. But then when you realize the planter's on the backside, you might put 2 and 2 together that we should try. Let's start on that one side that seems to be, I don't know. But I think it's the wedding. I think the wedding threw him off.
No, I would agree with you on that one.
Yeah, that's just I think that's because it.
Give them the benefit of the doubt, right?
Yeah. Because I mean, they were winging it, and they did catch on to go around. But even the 7 steps, I mean, the video, I kind of have to laugh every time I've seen that video where they decide, because they said they were counting the blocks on the patio or the porch, I call it. They were counting like 7. See if there was 7 something. They were counting all sorts of the blocks. Instead of calling the blocks on the wall, they were counting like the stone things on the ground or something like that. That they weren't catching on to the wall, and then finally they counted the wall, and then you would have to think a few minutes, like, okay. But when it shows Andy deciding, when it shows Brian deciding to physically hop, I'm like, oh, I don't know, no, I think it just meant those 7 steps and hopping maybe up to that, the last part up to the next to the wall or something like that. But because I can't imagine if we fight over how far a pace is. On the Milwaukee thing, there was a big discussion about a pace, and remember I threw out that there's the price pace of 1.6 feet, and and they were going on, and I don't know, I don't see their name on here, so okay, they there was something about the Romans used to, you would take a step and then you would take the next step, and that was called a pace, and that's about 5 feet, which a normal step, or what we thought as a pace, is 2.5 feet. So the way the Romans were doing it, 5 feet would be what we would call 2 steps. But of course, there was an argument, on and on and on. And I think I got smart a little bit and threw something in there and said, no one is a Roman road builder in this. It's just either Byron took big steps or whatever, but on the average, 100 of those should be somewhere around 250 feet. And if you haven't found a clue within that kind of range, then maybe you're just in the wrong spot. But let's not get too crazy. But I don't really think he meant you had to hop, except for maybe that last little bit hop up.
Yeah, I think it was colorful language to tell you, like, you need to get up in there.
Language, right? But a key there is you take the words and put some common sense to it, a little bit of it. But why did he use the word hop? He used the word hop because he did mean at some point you're going to have to kind of boop up to the top where you dig. Right. It wasn't right. So there's kind of like, so there's a trick and a thing, and I just think they were in such a hurry, or they were adrenaline rush, and they got there, and the wedding was going, and they thought they weren't going to get to dig, but they couldn't have dug on the front side if they counted the way they counted. They're all big slabs of stone. They would have had to make up a new rule to the counting across and the blocks, and then if they would have just said, it must be over here in this dirt spot, they would have dug a hole in the wrong spot also. But if you count it the way you count it, you end up a stone slab. So that should have clued him in that doesn't seem right. And then go around the back, figure it out, and say, well, here's the planter, a rectangular plot, let's say. I don't know why it took them 3, 4, 5 hours to decide to even poke the ground on the other end. That's the question I've always laughed at. Seems like a couple hours,
Well, he had a small spade shovel, and I'm sure there was a lot of roots to go around.
Yeah, right. That's right. He did have a small shovel, so it took a while. But I think, there would have been a lot more poking going on. Andy was going and getting drinks or something. He should have been over there poking in the ground. 3 hours earlier. I don't know what he was doing all that time, but we know Brian was digging. I don't know what they said. Brian's about 5 foot something. If he got to the bottom of that hole, the planter is like 4.5 feet deep. So he almost was down to the bottom of the hole, the planter even. Yes, 4.5 feet deep. I measured it. The columns out in front are 12 feet 7 inches, in case anybody wanted to know that.
How far apart were they?
Ah, you bastard. I didn't do that. I didn't actually measure that. Damn me. I should have thought of that.
What was the length of the full wall?
I have that. It's in there. I don't know. I don't remember, but I did measure the whole. No, I could think, but I did measure the center section and then out to the other edge. And the names they're 8-inch thick slabs, and I think they're 3 feet by 2 feet slab. Things. The columns are 2 by 2, so you can kind of add it up. But yeah, I forget what it is, but I do have that measurement all the way across and all the different things. I could go there for hours, I guess. Next trip past Cleveland, I guess I have to measure a few more things.
And there was a birch tree actually 12 feet away, right?
Well, from how I showed the measurement, the tree to the dig spot within, is 12 feet, closer to 12 feet. Renovator's idea said he's a proponent of the base of the tree is a part of the tree down where the spread meets the soil, and that's where you measure from. And I don't think it's 2 feet. Plus, that's such a weird hill and everything else. Right? It's still not 10 feet, and it's closer to, even if it's 11 feet, it's still over 10 feet from how he showed it. But sometimes when you're right, you have to prove it. So it was just fun to just to see, because he kept saying it. So, it's kind of one of those things. It's kind of like I had measured in Chicago. I had done a little thing, and the tree he uses and says it's about 10 feet from that, I know is not 10 feet. It's farther for where he was marking that Eric said. I know it because I measured that when I had the tape measure the first time. So not that big deal. That's his theory. 10 feet, if he would have said, okay, I'll modify it 10 to 12 feet. Fine, move on, but yeah, it's at least 12, unless you'd have to be pushing it, and I don't know how you could get to that point where you'd be down on the ground. To do it, and it was fun to be at the park, but it would have been easier also have somebody else holding the tape measures and then writing down things. It's funny to how bad my memory can be. If I measured 2 different things and thought I was going to remember, sometimes I would get back to the piece of paper I was writing things down, and I'd forget which one was which. And then when I got home, I realized that, I'd make little sketches, but not overly detailed. But some of them I thought for sure when I got home, I would, I'd look at it and go, oh, yeah, that's from the step to here. I had to sit there there was a few hours, but nothing major. But I had to sit and really look at it and think, okay, what was that measurement? That was from the bottom of the chair or the bench to the whatever. I had just my little shorthand notes were confusing me. So it was kind of funny.
You probably could have done all that from your phone if you have a smartphone.
Yeah, coulda, Jay, coulda. But that's not how I work. I'm an old school tape measure man. I know. No, I know. I the other day I noticed it has a measure tool on my apps. I didn't even know it was on there.
Yeah, I found it's pretty accurate.
Yeah, no, well, if I even thought about it and even knew it was on there, I might have used it. But anyways, tape measure, old school. old school tape measure. And then there's no doubt. I even took pictures. It's so funny. I took pictures of the tape measure stretched out there. Then I got close-ups of this tape measure where it was sitting on the ground so that, it's like, for what reason? I don't know. It just, seemed like the right thing to do at that moment. So it was fun. Just one of those. I took pictures. Well, I took pictures for you, Jay. I remember I took and Sarah. I took pictures. She wanted that window across the street, stuff like that. It was a nice day. It's always nice in the park. It was like spring hasn't really sprung there, and they haven't done any planting, so it was really a dead-looking garden area. Like no shrubbery wasn't in, no leaves on it and stuff. So it was kind of disappointing that way that it was. I won't say it was ugly, but it wasn't pretty.
A good time to
But
dig.
I wasn't there. Yeah, it would have been the perfect time to dig. I was up on the wall. I could have dug. But then everybody can see. They were doing some lawn mowing nearby. But it's so funny because I knew they were over there. I saw them, but no one. I didn't really see them, and I don't know if they really would have seen me doing anything over there. But it was fun just to measure and just to see, so that I can, this is what I do, and draw the little pictures of the columns. There was nobody there either. I couldn't even get anybody to take a picture of me, and I didn't even selfie. I did one selfie when I was in St. Augustine, and even that I felt stupid, but I did it by the A1A sign just because, it was fun. Well, Kathy, where did Erica go so she could talk about that website? But anyway,
You scared them off.
it scared somebody off. Who did we scare off? It's always fun to figure out who came and went. Anything on YouTube? Anybody asking anything?
Well, I
Not
tried
that-
to log in and look at that, but then the audio was playing over this audio.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe I can put it up on TV.
I think you could can't you turn the volume off?
Let me try putting it on the TV.
Oh, Sarah logged on and then off. Okay, she'll be back on. Oh, Sarah, you're listening on YouTube. Are there any questions anybody asks? Like, why are those idiots still talking or anything? Anybody have a question or comment? Put on my phone, but I'm walking around, so listening to YouTube. Okay. All right. We were just seeing if there's any questions. Okay, let's see. We got Scott and Harriet and Johnny Dubs and Daniel and Random and what was her name? Ariel. And George, I think George was just listening. Basically, he turned us on, and I don't think he ever meant to talk. He turned us on, and then maybe was having dinner, and that was what he's supposed to do. Just take a night off, and then I'm sure he'll pop on and say something like, "Are you guys done yet?" And in fact, George, if you are listening, if you want to turn that off at any point, that's fine. I mean, we're just the old time people sitting around here talking nothing. And
Kind of bonus knowledge whenever you went and visit and had dinner with them.
say again. Oh, you want to know? You want to know some secrets?
Oh yeah, spill the beans.
The Italian restaurant that George goes to all the time, George orders this special thing that's made in the kitchen. It's not on the menu, but it's like a burrito Parmesan thing, and they didn't have it. They couldn't make it for us that night.
Oh,
He was disappointed. So that's
you have to go see Rob next time at his restaurant.
yeah. It was fine. We had other kind of chicken parm, but I think he was a little disappointed with him. But other than that, and then let me see. The conversation was so.
He doesn't have
You
the
know-
question Their comments turned on YouTube. It doesn't look like there's not.
Yeah, he did that before because it's not worth, because if we don't really looking at him, or then people can't. That's fine. That's good.
There's 11 people watching though.
Yeah, good. Go good. Watch. Come on, Discord people. Just come here, listen. That way you can throw in a, comment here and there. You can say I busted your balls on Facebook, which I didn't. Only a couple people I might have commented a little bit, but I didn't. I don't think I picked on Eric, and I'm sorry to say Eric didn't come on tonight, and that's probably because I pushed him a little hard today, but we'll get over it. We're friends. We'll be friends tomorrow. It'll be a whole different day. I just suggested I didn't want to hear about Oregon anymore. And I don't care where the Spanish went in the world, that focus on St. Augustine, Spanish or French, St. Augustine, somewhere near. I know Daniel has one idea that might be a little outside St. Augustine. I believe that we all agree that the 12 cities have been pretty well confirmed enough to say that I think that the treasures were buried in each of those cities, or, Mania, the island, whatever you want to call Dare County. So we should focus on that if you're going crazy and you're in a different place, a different city, after 43 years, I'm going to have to not think you quite got it yet. It just, but alternate cities, people, you can talk about it all you want, but it does seem kind of ridiculous to go on and on. He is up. I stand corrected. He's been putting his Oregon rock on the alternate cities. Oh, Eric. But
St. Louis.
Well, even St. Louis, the people finally kind of slowed down. Maybe there are the groups and there are people out there, and God bless them. But at some point, it seems like, I'm not saying you can't do it and people can't, do what they want to do, because everybody does what they want to do. But it's sort of, it's not just, it wasn't George saying that the 12 cities are this. It wasn't just, gift giver. It wasn't just JGP. It was, so a lot of it was, brute force, common sense, worked it out, certain clues, a whole number of things. If you were in a court of law and they ask you, guilty or not guilty, yes or no, to the 12, based on everything that's gone on in the last 25 years, let's say, of searchers and internet really getting involved. I mean, you have to, you got to commit to a yes or a no. And so if you're doing yes, then why are you worried about St. Louis anymore? I mean, you can do it for fun. You can do it whatever you want. Like, Eric's thing in Oregon, he says it's just more for him, and okay, but it seems like you're, I know it's harsh to say wasting time, but for our purposes in the channels, aren't we, focus on, St. Augustine, if that's where, or Milwaukee, or, Houston. I mean, I realize Houston could be in a couple different parks. People have different parks. That's okay. At least we're in Houston. At least we agree on one thing. And if the painting, we agree that it matches the city, they go to, then we have 2 of the 3 guaranteed. The verses, you can squabble about them, but even those are 10 to 12, 10 out of 12, almost shouldn't be much of an argument. The 2 that can be switched, I get that. So yeah, I guess I got frustrated this week with some of it, and today I did say that he should maybe, focus on, he believed it was St. He even said he believed in the 12, so St. Augustine. So use your magic and find it in St. Augustine. Or, New York City. Now, New York's a tough one. I could see New York being, that's a tough one to say, New York City, which encompasses the 5 boroughs. So, you know, you might have different boroughs but you're going to still be in that New York City, you know, metropolitan area. You're not going to be in Buffalo, New York. That's all. I don't understand after all this time that you know, why. Well, another person said they agreed with all 12, except one of them. The verse leads you to somewhere else, which I didn't respond, and I won't say why. But I don't really get that either. But that's, you know, whatever. Like, I don't know how you can be, you know, Montreal or the Montreal, you know, Montreal, but then say the verse leads you to not Montreal. I don't think we've ever been proven or ever even inkling that. But maybe you guys have an opinion on that too. You can. Wait. Mark's here. Casket case, buddy. You took a. Come on, you got to raise your hand to talk and say hi. I want to hear how you've taken a break from the Milwaukee theory, or you know, you've been writing it up. Come on. Don't be shy, Mark. Oh well. Now, I'm going to use you as an example there, Mark. Casket case. I'm going to use it. So now, casket case, I think would agree to all 12 cities, or you know, places, counting the island, whatever. So the 12 cities, he uses different verses within the city or area, which, you know, is crazy to me in some ways, but that would seem to be still okay, that if you believed in the city, and I don't know if Sullivan Island, it counts as Charleston, but it's close enough, so even that wouldn't kill me. That he's still within the city, he's just using a different verse, so I could see him being led to a different place in the city, but he's still in the city with the painting. Maybe the verse is thing. So as long as when you're talking to him, you know, when we talk, I know which verse he's using and why he's over on Sullivan Island, because he uses a different verse that maybe takes him over there. So that's not totally out of, you know, the craziest thing I've ever heard. But what's crazy is when somebody is in a whole different city anymore. I mean, we, after 43 years and 25 or so years of really concentrated searchers who are just as smart as me, and some of them, okay, all of them are more smart than me. You know, it's just, at some point, don't you just have to accept? Oh, Sarah's here. Sarah's here. Let me get you, Sarah. I got you. There we go. I don't know. I don't know what you guys think. I don't know how committed you are, or how did, you know, maybe it's because I'm at that point of just saying, I agree with the, you know, the matches and the cities, and that makes it easier on me to, you know, plug through some of this stuff. What's up, Sarah?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
There is comments on the YouTube. I was trying to read them. Let's see. Do most people think that the solves just involve following a specific path that the clues lay out, or can it involve using various transportation methods?
Okay.
Somebody says, I think some do, some don't. I agree, blah, blah, blah. Nuns Island, Montreal, I don't know. They might just be talking on chat. Maybe there's not questions.
Well, that's all right. That's an interesting one. That's gets into each person's theory, and sort of relates to, like, I know Casket Case is very path oriented. The breadcrumbs will all bing, 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 bing. Rob was on earlier about Milwaukee, and his kind of things should have a logical or a whatever that means when it's all kind of runs into each other and it works out that you end up to the end spot. You know, the old journey type of journey or destination treasure hunt. I think everything's a journey. I think in a sense that all of them have a little bit of a journey. Some have less journey than others. Even Cleveland, you go from the terminal tower to something, take Euclid, and then once you get to the park, then it's a small little journey, and you could call that kind of a destination once you're at the basic destination. So I think it's, terminology and how that everybody gets all mad about exactly what the terminology we use. But it's like calling it a treasure hunt and not a puzzle. No, the treasure hunt has puzzle elements, and puzzle needs to be, riddles, rebuts, things you have to solve that help you with the treasure hunt. And the treasure hunt is a path or a journey or leads you to the destination that you need to be to circle around. So I think some of the anguish with people is just terminology and the words, that they fight over exactly what the meaning is, and maybe that. So is it a path? No, they're not all paths exactly. But like I know Casket Case, Marks, he's building, I guess he builds basically a path-like thing, but at some point his path should lead to a spot that maybe the verse takes over, or to a general area where then you're going to narrow down. Oh, I got him. I knew if I just kept at it, and if I said the wrong, I knew he would have to. I knew it. That was like bait. No, I know. Here it comes.
Hi, Steve.
Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
Good. I tempted you. I knew if I kept saying your name and kept bringing up path and breadcrumbs that you couldn't resist. So if you want,
you're right.
If you're in the thing, since somebody had asked that on YouTube, something about a path, I don't think they were asking about your specific way or anything, but if you wanted to say something about kind of what I've heard it so many times. I tattooed it on my arm, but what your path theory is, or how you look at these things.
Okay, so I mean, I believe that the solutions are all path based. So I mean, if I'm going to use terms from the PB Works wiki, they're journey based, right? Not destination based.
Okay.
And I'm basing that conclusion on my interpretations of the 3 found casks. The solutions to the 3 found casks. In my opinion, those were all path-based. So I'm taking that along with John Jude Palancar's revelation that there's a general template involved with all of the paintings of the secret. And I'm just kind of putting 2 plus 2 together and assuming that what I'm seeing in the solutions to the 3 found casks is applicable to the rest of the 9 hunts of the secret. That they're path-based. So.
Oh, you still there? Good.
I'm here. I don't know. Can you guys hear me okay? I don't know if.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can hear you.
You seem fine.
Okay, good.
I haven't muted you yet.
Okay.
No,
well,
okay.
I was listening to the last stream that I was on a couple of weekends ago, and there seemed to be some fading in and out of the audio. So
Well.
Oh yeah, I got that too. For me, I think
That happens at times. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so anyway, but that's where I'm coming from with it, and also, but of course this is not concrete, but also I've developed my own theories for each of these hunts, and I just feel like the connections I've made
Let me ask you real quick.
Go ahead.
Let me ask. Yeah, no, so I can confirm it. Do you believe in the 12 cities are the cities of, are you a 12 city man?
I am, absolutely. I
Okay,
am.
okay, good. That's my pet peeve for the week of, if you're going to focus, at least focus on the 12 cities that have been pretty much confirmed. And now you use the paintings associated with those same cities, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe that the paintings
Okay.
that the community generally accepts for the
Right.
particular
So
city
they're really,
is correct.
right. The only thing you do is some of them you use a different verse. So a few of them you have a different verse, and
Yes.
but you're still in the same city. But that's fine. That's good. I just wanted to make sure I remembered.
Yeah, that's right. I am an alt verse person, but not an alt city person.
Good. Because I was ranting earlier about, after all this time, the painting in the cities, whether you believe it or not, and you believe JJP inferred or you believed anything like that, it pretty much, I think we have to conclude that those are the 12 area cities, counting the island, whatever, Dare County, and so it's time to focus on those areas, those cities. And if you want to use a different verse, you're still focused on it going to be in that city, which I think we should be able to say that was confirmed enough. And we shouldn't have any arguments over cities. But that's not always the case, that. But with you, it's good. Good. We're all on the 12 cities. We're 12 city people.
Yes.
Or
yes.
county, whatever. So, okay, sorry. Go ahead with how you think.
Okay, so I mean, speaking of the 12 cities, yeah, at least according to George or Burnstyle, those cities have been confirmed by various means over the years.
Right.
From the puzzle creators, right? I don't know. I've necessarily been exposed to those revelations from the creators.
Right.
I take that at face value, what GW tells us. But in spite of what he's telling us, I still see other evidence to support the accepted theories. So, based on that, is one of the reasons why I am a fan or a believer in the 12 commonly accepted cities. There's other evidence in the paintings and verses that support those cities.
Right. A number of things tell us that we could feel pretty safely at this point. So let's move forward.
I agree.
Yeah.
Agree. Yeah. I almost feel bad for people. I don't know. I shouldn't say, 'cause I don't want to stir up too much. You know what?
Stir it up, buddy. Stir it up. Come on.
I just
That's my
feel like
favorite thing to do. I love shit stirring.
We need a
I stir, by the way.
You're not stirring up anything more than I've already stirred up today. So
I don't know what Steve did today.
People that, they're alt city believers. And I try not to give them too much pushback. It's an individual, it's a solitary endeavor, each of these puzzle hunts, each of these treasure hunts, right? So let them do their thing. But I can't help but feel like when you doubt the commonly accepted cities that there's good reason for accepting, that you're kind of getting left at the starting line, right? Everybody else is racing ahead towards finding a cask. And alt city believers are kind of stuck at the starting line, right? They're
I'm
falling behind.
I don't even read the comments, to be honest. I just scroll past. I'm like, okay, yeah.
Well, right, but
sometimes I read them. Sometimes there's like entertainment value in like really reading what they have to say, but no, I don't.
Right. Well, there's not. It isn't about them having an opinion or talking a little bit, but it does seem like at some point, Daniel's going to raise his hand, so he'll join us in a second here. Daniel, hang on. But at some point, it's been beat to death. At some point, the horse, we all agree the horse is dead. We see it. It's dead in front of us. And these cities have been, worked out that so why do they spend so much effort and getting mad at other people that don't want, can't. When I said to Eric, why are you spending so much time and energy and effort and on and on and on every day, keep showing us the same pictures of that Oregon coastline and the Oregon rock? I know he got upset and I know he wasn't happy with that, but it was like, my friend, at some point, read the room.
Yeah.
And I love Eric. I do love Eric. So don't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I love
exactly.
Eric's sweet.
That's the thing. That's the hard part, right? Is I think Eric is wonderful. He's a great guy.
Yeah,
What I read in the Discord.
Yeah, he's fine. He's great.
But I just can't agree with some of the locations that he's identified. I don't see it.
Well, anybody, and we're just I just use
his
Eric's
arguments
name,
in
but
favor of those locations, but I just can't agree with them.
I can see that it's fun to make some up thing like that. But even those who still believe in like a St. Louis, it's like time to let it go. The next book will come out and it'll be St. Louis. We'll let you have St. Louis in the next book. But this book, we've got 12, and can't we just,
Yes,
Daniel, when you
the 13th.
Yeah, of course it is. Daniel, when you want to talk, just undo your microphone. So there you go. Daniel wants to talk.
I think you got kicked out of the Verb Book Army.
Hi, Daniel.
Hi,
Hey, good evening, everybody. Hey, listen, I'm no expert. I'm somewhat new to the hunt compared to most of you. I want to point out that, one of the cool things about this hunt is listening to other people's ideas. Not to say that they're right or that there's any credence to them. However, I'm going to just devil's advocate here for a minute. I hear everybody say the cities have been confirmed, and maybe I've missed the boat somewhere because I am fairly new to the hunt. But I guess for lack of thing, I teach students on a regular basis. And one of the things that I teach my students to do is to find the credible source. So in my searches and things on the Facebook group and different things, I've heard people ask, but I don't know that it's been directly answered. Maybe it has, and maybe it's escaped my memory. Has anybody asked the question, where was it said that the cities are correct or even remotely correct? I know that there was an interview with, I think, George and John Jude Palancar, and it may have addressed some of that. And maybe I'm missing something from somewhere else that I just don't know. So for lack of the knowledge or wherewithal, I guess I would ask that question.
Well, that's fair. That's fair enough because it comes up with new people in different, at different times. They're going to ask that question, and it's never been. It's a hard one to, like the wiki or whatever, to write down the exact times and thing. Okay, it's kind of like a court of law. If you think back when they say 20, 25 years ago, when the real searchers on the internet, and they started working these things out and pounding them out as to which paintings went with which immigration group and which paintings, which cities were they? And they had some wrong, and they worked that out because of some other clues that maybe they found down the line as it progressed. Later, more modern times, George talked to JJP in those interviews, and George has become friends and talked to JJP, and I think like a story of George saying that only a few of them had names. The names that we had heard, Castle Hat and Scarecrow, Medieval Scarecrow, but for the most part, JJP told him, and we got to trust George, for the most part, No, we have to trust George. JJP was saying that they didn't name them, but they called them by the city names. So St. Augustine painting was called St. Augustine painting with BP way back. It wasn't, he didn't invent that name.
St. Augustine one.
Pardon?
The St. Augustine one.
That's what
Right.
they
It was
called it.
right. It was always called that. You know, BP and JJP. They just referred to him as that because that was it. So it wasn't like he named it the St. Augustine painting when he gave it to George, you know, and said, because I'm going to name it it all, in a sense, always had that name. So why? Because it was a city that they referred to. And over time, JJP has said things to, like, I think Josh Gates or something, or implied thing. And then at the Cleveland meetup, he even calls it the Montreal painting, or he refers to him as certain painting, Houston painting or something like that. So even if there's no, and then the gift giver mentions the cities, and you could say, well, we don't know who the gift giver is. Well, maybe we do. Maybe we kind of do know JJP is one of the gift givers. So over that, if you took all that information and you can come up with the cities. You know, New York isn't hard to see the Statue of Liberty. So unless you believe it's some other lady, you know, there certain ones have already come to be because of the clues that are in it. So we didn't even need JJP to tell us that's a New York City or New York painting. So when you take all that information and thing, you should be able to say to yourself, yeah, those 12 are all right. I can't see the fault in that. But there is no, except for the gift giver listing that or something like that, there is nobody who has come forward. And there can only be really one. JJP is the only one that could say, yes, that city, which he kind of has. So does that help?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I think it does too. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, that's okay. No, I think George was even making that point a couple weeks ago too. Like, you've gotten this from JJP saying, like, yeah, they're correct. But once you get deeper in and you get a better understanding of, like, looking at each city image and verse, then it's just kind of like, yeah, you can figure out the clues really do both.
Right.
In both instances, the painting and the verse point towards the city that we say is the confirmed city. So,
Right. And if we always go back to lat long. Not all of them have a perfectly the lat long kind of is hard to see, or, you wouldn't think, but a lot of them don't. The Rebus for Milwaukee seems to say Milwaukee. So if you eliminate the ones that are really obvious, you get the last ones. You might say, well, I don't really get Montreal. It doesn't say Montreal to me. But then we get back into that, so far, besides him referring to the Montreal painting now, you get the leg eater and stuff. And, at some point you got to break down and admit 12.
So, in all fairness to Daniel's question, I kind of agree with him and see where he's coming from.
Right.
I've tried to keep my ear to the ground since I've been in the secret community, which, I am an Expedition Unknown baby. So let's say 2018 is when I entered the hunt. Okay. So since then, I like to think that I keep my ear to the ground at least in the Facebook groups, more recently in the Discord groups. And somewhere in between, I joined the Reddit groups, right?
Right.
And so I like to think that I keep up with the latest and greatest posts in those groups. But so to Daniel's point, though, is I don't recall in that time period ever seeing a post that basically identifies at what point in time a puzzle creator confirmed a particular city.
Yeah.
Other than the gift giver post. I saw that. I lived that, episode. So I remember that one very well. But, we don't really know who the gift giver is. So his familiarity with the
some
hunts
of it.
and authority in the hunts is a little bit in question.
Well,
I don't
first
personally
of all-
doubt his expertise in the hunts, but I can see how other people would. So without that post, that kind of explicitly identifies at which point in time each city was identified by a puzzle creator, I can see the skepticism and the doubt.
Well,
I get it.
it again, this is the hard part that hasn't ever really been perfectly wikied, let's say. Everybody's talked about it, and I know many times it said, "Oh, we got to get somebody go back through all the videos, all the interviews, the Expedition Unknown, anything that JJP was talking, or anything like that." And yeah, it would have been nice to have a record of JJP looked at the Montreal one and kind of gave a wink or something like that. You could put all that together and go back. That is a problem with the new people and newer people. Q4T, a lot of information there, little things that said back and forth, or they asked George at the time, or whatever. It's pulling all those moments out, but they're there. And here's the rub. You have to sort of trust, or you don't have to, but I mean, like George isn't. We'll just pick on you, George, if you're listening, but just say George is like the leader, the thing. John Michaels was at one point. You got to believe in, when they tell you something. I mean, obviously, you check facts, but it's a combination. It's all of the years of things put together. So that's why it's hard to say there's anything written down, or there's only one time. The gift giver's message was the first time that anybody, and let's just say this, some of us had dinner in the inner circle. No, I'm just saying that, some of us.
Wink, wink.
No, I'm just saying that that George says they were creators, or they were, one was a creator, one was a person to help with the book, and it's kind of implying that they have enough clout to know the city. So if you don't want to believe it, you have to then show some kind of proof otherwise. So
can I ask a question as a new person?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
No, we hate new people, remember? Sorry.
Is there a painting or a couple paintings that are the most obvious, that are like the top, what everybody would consider to be the most clear?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it's a matter of opinion, but let's take painting number 2 that has a big, giant representation or likeness of the Charleston Peninsula in it.
Oh, yeah, that's a perfect example. Like, absolutely.
Right.
Confirmed. Same with Roanoke. Like, it's there. It's there.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. Yes.
Florida, it's a big Florida, but then you can get to St. Augustine with the rest of the clues on the verse.
St. Augustine.
Yeah, but what if you could get somewhere else with the clues in another place in Florida nearby there? Then what?
Well, Daniel?
I've seen people do St. Pete, and I live here, and it does nothing for me.
I think one part of my question is one more obvious because we both have the longitude and latitude clear and imagery that matches to a city.
Yeah, I think that would be. Let's go through. Let's just go through the list, and if you took, we all believe New York is that's the Statue of Liberty, right? Do we need any more than that to think it's not New York? Would we agree with that?
It's
I
definitely.
mean, I agree with you. I agree with you, Steve. In the community, I think in general, but again, it's just playing devil's advocate.
No, I know.
who's to say that the likeness of the Statue of Liberty isn't hinting towards New Jersey?
Okay, so let's go back then and say, okay, let's take that painting. Let's take that painting. We don't need the verse yet because we don't know what verse. Let's just say we're looking at the painting. We get the first thing we could say was probably the Statue of Liberty, right? We kind of think it was that. And then we might look for that lat long clue. You know, we'd be looking for those kind of things. What in the painting, you know, you at some point you'd have to look at the painting and decide that. No? Like,
I mean, yeah, to me, it's a combination of clues in the painting. I don't think you can attribute it to just the latitude, longitude coordinate or the likeness of the Statue of Liberty, because there's multiple representations of the Statue of Liberty in the world. You know, it's not just one statue in the harbor.
Okay, we're just using that one. So even if you just held that one on the side saying, okay, I'm not sure about that. Would you accept Houston's lat longs numbers confirming that it was Houston, the most likely city?
A lot of those are in the leaves of the tree, right?
Yeah, they're all in the tree, right? But I mean, those are the clues in the painting. Now, you might not, like New York, you might not go, well, I don't know, is that New Jersey or not? But then other things happen, you know, where they kind of confirm it's New York. Like, I don't know. It is hard. It is.
I mean, New York, let's say that the Statue of Liberty is a landmark, right? Like, then it is a higher, it's a higher tier than a different one that doesn't have a clear landmark kind of thing. Like, I'm trying to categorize them sort of in my mind.
I would say that, you know, like the Chicago Water Tower, if that's all you saw, you would guess thing. If all you saw was the Terminal Tower in Cleveland. Now, it took them forever to see it, but let's just pick out the, you know, the real obvious city clues, if you want to call it that. You could almost,
the ones that have consensus, you know.
You could almost eliminate that. A lot of them just by Terminal Tower, Water Tower, maybe Statue of Liberty. You might infer New Jersey maybe at first, but you know, you could without any other clue. There's a number of these. I don't know, other ones.
Yeah, like okay, so somebody said image 2, right? I had to bust out my book. I know that's Charleston, but in Charleston, like you've got the Fort Sumter, but new people might not know this, but it's been made the comparison that pear and the flower is like the South Carolina flag, the state flag, if you look at it with the palm tree and the thing. So then you've got the state flag and then you've got Fort Sumter. So now you know, like you're
I mean, if you
and then the map of Charleston in the mask, so you know you're in Charleston, like no doubt you're in Charleston, and then maybe it's, you know, Fort Sumter or Sullivan's Island or White Point Garden or Washington Square, but you know you're in Charleston.
Yeah, well, you see the Charleston outline, and so you know you're in that region. You certainly know you're in the region, because then you say, oh, Fort Sumter, that shape of the thing. You know you're in that region. Now, if you're going to pick a city in that region, you know, we go with the bigger ones or something. You would then pretty much think Charleston. Later on in years go past, it comes out and, you know, it's Charleston. So it is kind of confirmed, and it was brute force at the beginning or brute obvious looking at certain shapes. Some of them are very clear like that, and some, you know. But it is hard to tell a new person exactly why each of them got their, you know, except for those kind of things. There are a few that don't have the most obvious, like there is no Houston or Texas in the July painting. You would not be able to just look at it and say, oh, that's Houston or thing. There's parts of the book that kind of allude to the Southwest. So you can kind of narrow down to the Southwest. And then when you find the lat long numbers, you don't even have to get into the moon being Space City and all that. You lat long numbers really confirm that, yeah, it's Houston.
Well, Houston was confirmed by Byron, wasn't it? Somewhere along the way or something.
Yeah. There's another. Yeah, there's a reference. He does say that there's one in Houston. That's all he's going to say. So some people say, but they didn't say Houston, Texas. But I'm going with Byron. Yeah, I know. I'm teasing, but yeah, that one. There's one of the creators saying Houston. So eliminate that one. You can check that off. JJP over time has said different things about different ones, and then some of them are just that obvious.
Steve, I think that Houston is actually the rocket ship slide in Galveston, Texas.
Of course it is. Of course it is. The rocket slide in Galveston.
It is. That's why I got the rocket slide tattooed on my arm next to the Astors.
Yeah, I'm putting a rocket slide somewhere on me, but it's going to not be obvious to most people. But anyways.
How come I don't have the sound effects? I can't drum roll myself after.
Yeah, good. So Daniel, you're right. As a new person and a new thing, and Mark, you're right. And almost any new, there is no one spot exactly. The gift giver kind of laid it out there, but then they're being a little sarcastic. We need somebody to come out and say it so clearly. But doing any more really, it takes a little bit of watching a lot of videos or over time, with George and the podcast and different things. And then some people you just, so,
I think I don't know, Treasure Bloke said it back there, paraphrase, they are generally correct, something along those lines. So I went back and actually watched a lot of those podcasts and interviews and different things. And the only thing I could find personally was exactly that. General proximity, it made me think general proximity. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking, but I would also think that if you could find 5 or 6, 7, 8 things in a general area that could potentially be a cask location.
I was just thinking specifically on like the Cleveland one as a good example, because it's not that close to the actual cask site, right? So if we can find multiple or one of the paintings that is everybody sort of has a consensus that that's the landmark, and it's within the bounds of the Latin long, meaning that we have clear Latin long that's agreed upon, then you basically have a probable distance between that landmark, because Cleveland's was so far, and the actual cask site, so you can kind of build a radius around it.
Yeah. So like I was saying earlier, it's a combination of factors, right? It's not just, you can't rely on just latitude and longitude, because those are not always super definitive. In each case, sometimes we have latitude, longitude combined with likeness of a particular building, let's say, or a geographic similarity, like the shape of the state, or of a river in that city. Right?
Yes, that's how.
There's one more element that nobody's mentioned yet, which I think is a biggie to confirming the cities, which is the immigration tie-in, the immigration theme of each puzzle or painting.
Yeah.
Well, okay, let's go back to the original question: is how?
What is Galveston's immigration history?
No, go back to the original question: was why are the 12 cities are confirmed, and they've been confirmed over time because of brute force. Brute taking the lat long and taking a identical identifying iconic symbol, boom, 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 and they narrow down almost all of them to something you would say for sure. And then as time went, there was a few that if there was any kind of doubt, JJP either grunted when they asked him, or he implied, or even St. Augustine. Some people talk about, the city of St. Augustine. It doesn't say anything in the painting to tell you it's St. Augustine. Later, the whole story of they called them by city, like this painting is called St. Augustine painting. Doesn't that tell you what JJP and Byron, which city was confirmed for that painting? Yes, it does. So it doesn't, the immigration part isn't going to help you exactly in some of the cities either. It's still a little wobbly in some of them. But what we were talking about is when did they confirm, or how did they confirm the cities, the 12 that we now say are the cities? Daniel's point of them, people using the time, generally thought it was Charleston, is more along the lines of people not just saying that painting is Charleston. You know what I mean? And you could, I would say not so much the lat long, but when I say Houston, I'm talking about the city limits of Houston. I'm talking, the lat long is the area that the city is within. So you narrow down. Everything gets narrowed down. So the city. It's so if I'm looking
big state clues and then smaller clues and then city clues. So I don't think that every park is narrowed down. I think that
it's a little trickier that way, right?
Yeah.
But if you're asking cities, but when the cities got confirmed, they've been confirmed over time in different various ways. And it's a combination of that. And the last being the gift giver or JJP. And let me tell you, some people know who the gift giver is. The JJP is one of the gift givers. I don't care what anybody says. So, I mean, they kind of have narrowed that. They kind of established that those are the 12 cities. And I would expect the cask to be within the city limits. Okay. You could probably catch me on if it's on the edge and it's not exact. But I mean, we're looking in the city limits, what you would consider the city of, or the island of, I guess. I'm not sure in New York which one it's in, but New York.
So here's a question that I have to add on to that.
Yeah.
Are GPS coordinates in every painting?
No. Milwaukee seems to be the only one that there's no lat long.
I don't know, Steve. I'm not sure if that's accurate. I mean, I know that's the popular belief in the community, but I'm not sure I agree with that. But go ahead.
I said, except there could be a 43 in there, which runs latitude right through the city. Now,
where 43 in the Boston painting?
No, Milwaukee, Rebus, Milwaukee.
Okay,
right?
Got you.
And there are others that have four clear. You can find pretty much four clear numbers that would relate to a box that would make a beautiful lat long and the city within it. Okay, and then there are some that seem to be two numbers, maybe three, but two numbers where a lat long that only kind of gets you close. And again, we know that even though they use lat long in all of them except Milwaukee, they didn't. That clue wasn't used the same ways. It wasn't as important in New York. If you have an image of the Statue of Liberty, you might think you need it. They might not have thought that we would be confused that Statue of Liberty was New Jersey or whatever. And that, so on and so forth. In Chicago, they have both. They have an iconic building and the lat longs. So it's a very a variance of how they used or what the lat long kind of clue, if you put it in quotes, was used for. Houston, it's very important to find those four numbers. It really starts you off.
Okay, but Steve, you can't talk about latitude and longitude coordinates for the Houston painting without mentioning the fact that it's already been basically identified that that painting was cropped for the final published version of that painting, right? And that one of the numbers was omitted from the published version of the painting.
No, it wasn't omitted. It was partly cut off that you couldn't necessarily see that it was a 29 mirrored. So none of them were.
That's my point. But that's my point is for new people to the hunt, right? They're going to go in and they're going to look for latitude and longitude in each of the paintings, and they're looking for four sets of coordinates, and you're not going to find it in the Houston painting, unfortunately. But we know based on other evidence that we've gleaned from outside of the book that there is a fourth coordinate in that painting.
Well, Houston, long ago, when Fox became the world famous lat long finder of all times, Houston didn't see the 29 up in the tree that was reversed mirrored. No, you're right. It cut off enough that it looked like something else. Nobody really paid attention. They took three lat longs or three numbers, and they concluded that that was good enough. Okay. Some later thought that there was a 29 on the base of the column, and that filled in the four numbers. For a long time, that was the four numbers. Later, when somebody released the actual original painting, and they noticed that cropped part did hold a mirrored 29, it was obvious that all the numbers were in the painting. And so it made a perfect lat long box. So then it becomes what's the other 29 on the column. But that's a whole different story. For new people, they have to go back and learn a little history of Houston's puzzle and that quirkiness of them understanding that when they cropped it, they did fudge those numbers. It's not that I don't know. He painted it to show four numbers. Somebody cropped it when they made the book. So it doesn't negate that lat long was used to really emphasize Houston area and then pick the city out of that. It's hard for new people if they just buy the new book, one of those crappy books and don't know the story. But that's part of learning for Daniel. If he didn't know that story, he does now. And then he could say, oh, okay. I mean, the original intent was JJP's intent was to, the whole painting. And then somebody cropped it. Alex J.
So does the general consensus become then that St. Augustine has GPS coordinates in it? The 4 and the 2 and an 8 and a 2 and 2 and an 8 and what have you?
Well, yes. You can find four sets of numbers or whatever, the four corners. You can do the same ideas like Cleveland. People don't think there's lat long, the 1881 and the 1442. But if you, with some logic, you figure out that it works because it's not in the lake and all that kind of stuff. But does St. Augustine have coordinates? They do have the coordinates. Does it help you? St. Augustine is within a big box area. So it's not like Houston where you go, yeah, I can see Houston. So, but St. Augustine is in that, square.
Right. So I have my ham radio license, and we have a thing called grid squares, and then grid squares within a grid square. And they are identifiers, much like GPS, where we can look at a map and we can tell you within a certain area where someone is communicating from. So, for instance, here in Volusia County, there's a grid square. It's called Echo Lima EL98, and then within that is another grid square, which breaks that grid square down into much smaller squares. So, if I were to say, for instance, I think my grid square here is EL98IO. IO puts me in Volusia County. It puts me within a very small area here within the county. So I can get almost a pinpoint to where I'm communicating from. My guess is that if there are GPS coordinates there, you would have to have some pretty precise calculations or know how to use GPS properly. And then the question becomes, what did they use back then to get those GPS coordinates?
Okay, no, you won't find GPS coordinates. You're going to find lat long and the basic
lat long, right?
And they're going to be hour and minute. Go ahead.
The Rand McNally maps, like my dad had an old one that was like wrapped in leather, but it was like the Rand McNally Road Atlas or whatever the heck they called those. It was in that, right? Like that was your maps.
And the lat long clues that are well done, big, really used for narrowing down the region. Like we could look at the painting and maybe say, oh, it's got, Florida is coming to mind. And then you look at numbers in it and you kind of figure out, oh, okay, I can see a 30 and a 29 or whatever, the 81, 24, whatever it is. And it's a big grid that takes a big chunk of northern Florida.
Right.
So there are other cities in it. So you might not know specifically St. Augustine at that point.
But then, then you're like the first chapter and it just falls into place and becomes St. Augustine.
It starts giving you the next hint. Like Mark was in this case, maybe the immigration because it's the Spanish puzzle, and he looks like an old conquistador. You get the idea of that's where the Ponce de Leon starts coming into, or Don Quixote, but Ponce de, you get that, and then you kind of narrow down, and you would, you probably would suspect somewhere on that northern coast. And St. Augustine, the first chapter of water, and you might catch on to that kind of clue. And so, when did it get confirmed? Well, when it got confirmed that painting went to St. Augustine, the city. Up to that point, there still might have been well, at some point, then the whole idea of they were called by city, and that one happens to be called St. Augustine painting. So that's how they, kind of a rough way it became. Anybody who says it's not St. Augustine, it's got to argue. It will blow George's mind that how do you name a painting or call a painting St. Augustine painting if the treasure that we're doing with painting and verse isn't St. Augustine? See what I mean? So, Daniel, even if you have a spot that's a little outside St. Augustine, maybe, but I think you got to narrow it down that it's going to be in St. Augustine. Now, St. Augustine proper, I don't know if it's exact city lines or whatever they would have called St. Augustine at the time.
So what's the landmark in St. Augustine that we can recognize? And so it's probably near the site,
Well, now
that's a very fair question. That's an excellent question.
Yeah, I'd like to know that too.
Answer.
Well, here's again. First of all, you're asking me to divulge all my inner circle knowledge, and all I know is that George likes to put Parmesan cheese on his chicken parm. That's all I really know. But if you're asking for St. Augustine, if you're looking for like an iconic building or an iconic shape or that kind of iconic thing, then there isn't seem to be one, unless you want to say iconic alligators or nature or Ponce de Leon
Castillo.
reflects in the thing.
What about a
It-
fountain?
Castillo de San Marcos.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You got the fort underneath that they tried to hide. So there are
No,
those.
but that doesn't count. You can't count that. We didn't know.
Yeah, you
If
can.
you were buying this book in 1982, you wouldn't know that the fort is in the painting.
Yeah. Well, you
Yeah, I
can see
think
the.
you could fit, well, but when
can see the-
once you figured it out, then you would be like, yeah,
You can
that
see the
totally
po-
is it.
It doesn't cover the fort. It doesn't cover all of those points. You might have to guess a little bit, and you won't know that they covered it up on purpose. But you could. That's part of You see the points coming out from under the circle. It never was actually ever really hidden fully. So.
And
It
even,
would be
I mean,
hard
this
for
is-
somebody not to understand that, but so okay, so
getting
no iconic.
projected-
Maybe so if you don't take the fort as iconic, but oh wait a minute, Johnny Dubs has got his finger at my speaker here. There may not be an iconic thing like a water tower. If you don't want to think that that's a conquistador who is Ponce de Leon, okay. But that's different than like the dig spot indicator. That's a whole different,
You have
thing.
Saloy in the verse as well.
You have the
Yeah,
what?
good point. Thank you.
Saloy
Right.
in the verse.
The acrostic.
Right.
And and for things like New Orleans, you have the sovereign people quotes.
The quotes, right? Right. Those are those other things. Even if after you get the painting and you're working that through, and then at some point you have to set up a verse with a painting, it comes together when it comes together. So it's not an easy answer to say it was just come up with just lickety split.
You got corroborating evidence kind of that starts to add up for some of these.
Right. And that's what they did. They pounded out. Somebody thought this, and then somebody, went on, and the Saloy, they're like, but that would be. So then that and then later on, JJP confirmed a few, and George found out, or, whatever. And so it just was that kind of thing over time. Now, what day did Matt Sparks say something about, the San Francisco painting? I don't know. It would be hard to go back and find that historical moment for all of these things, but that's how it roughed out. Now, your question and one of your comments and one of your thoughts is, how would a new person get a book and do that? They wouldn't. They would have a hard time even understanding it. Like we're trying to explain that over time, and you have to go to Q4T maybe, or you have to some things you have to what's today? May 24th at 9:28 p.m. Central Time. Those 12 cities are confirmed. Done. Just run with it.
Yeah, and part of that is the point. That's the fun, because it's a puzzle, so new people aren't supposed to know. But new people in 1982 are not the same new people that come in today with the internet.
Right.
So that's a different thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Didn't say the puzzle, the whole thing
We're all
was
in
there.
different levels of discovery. We're all in different levels of discovery
Oh yeah, definitely.
We are.
when it comes to these. So I mean, I always try to keep that in mind. I always try to keep that in mind when it comes to interacting with relatively newer people in the community.
So the Cleveland,
they have the opinions they have.
So the Cleveland Tower.
And I'm trying to be nicer to new people, by the way.
I tried, but I
hope it's working.
I failed.
So the Cleveland Terminal Tower is about 4 miles away.
Okay.
From the Cleveland Cask. So
Okay.
if we agree that St. Augustine has the fort, the Castillo, which I agree, then we can put a 4 mile radius around it, say it's probably within 4 miles of this, if this was meant to be the land.
I don't know. Be careful.
No,
Be
Sure, I'm
careful,
fine
Will.
with that.
Well, I think what you
I'm
can
would
say,
agree. I
I don't think
agree
you
that
can
there
put,
may be a distance to travel. It could be at least 4 miles away, but don't restrict yourself to just a 4 mile distance. It could be
no,
greater than that.
I
But you're
think,
still in St.
no,
Augustine.
I think what you can say, and to be fair to say, is that if the terminal tower is the city of Cleveland, it tells you city of Cleveland, that the cask will be in the city of Cleveland. So I don't know where it is going to be. It would be this, however big the city of Cleveland would be. You know what I mean? You would say, okay, it's in the city limits. Now, what's the next clue, or what narrows it down to what part of the city or where in the city? But the terminal tower, it's not going to be measured from the terminal tower or measured from the water tower or measured from the rocket slide. It's going to be at best, just the city limits to start.
Okay, so I disagree with Steve. Will, just so you know, Will, I don't agree with what Steve is saying. I'm more inclined to agree with Will's perspective on that the terminal tower is
Well, actually, I
probably,
kind
in my
of
opinion, is a starting point. It is not
okay, but
a city identifier. I reject the
I like
entire concept of city identifiers. So anyway,
I like
I just want to
both
put it out
I
there.
like
There's
both
people in the world that
ideas.
don't agree with it.
I like both ideas because what Stephen is saying, it makes sense. What Steve is saying, it makes a lot of sense to me. Is that in Cleveland, it was a garden, and the image was of a garden, even though you had the tower in the background, right?
Right.
So for St. Augustine, we see the landmark, the fort, but it's a rocky, beachy point, right? It's very
Yeah,
rocky. So the
yeah.
rockiest
I
point
was
is probably the place to go.
well. See, no, here. That's what I was gonna say about the. I'm walking through the house. Sorry, I've been living between duffel bags and home and someplace else. For the past week. So let me see. In the St. Augustine painting, and this is subjective though, but you could, if you look at the actual fort, the San Marcos fort in St. Augustine, there's I don't know what the towers, the gunnery things, the rounded tops on the end. You could kind of get that in the Rocky picture here. And then there's another park in St. Augustine. I'll see if I can screenshot it and post what I'm talking about in the chat.
I guess there's never been really, people have tried to measure from, and Casca case, Mark's thought is that everything starts from the iconic building or the iconic something.
Yeah, I don't think.
Correct.
I get that. Okay, but
yeah, I don't have a path direct in every case necessarily. No.
But the puzzle's basically narrowed down. So, the state of Ohio, the lat long gives you whatever, and you get it. So you get the city. So you go, okay, in Ohio, Cleveland is a city because there's the Cleveland Tower. Now, I don't know if the gardens are 4 miles, 5 miles, 6 miles away. I mean, if you wanted to start at that point, you could take the terminal tower and you could make some kind of radius around it, a big old giant circle, which is kind of like saying the city. And then you need a next clue that's going to direct you to a more narrowed focus. And that's where maybe the Sailors and Monument or Euclid Avenue, you got to find something else that clues you into going that way in the city, and that narrows the city down in that sense. You know what I mean? So,
hey, George is here. Hi, George.
Hey, George.
Hi, George. Steve, let me ask you something. Do you accept that Euclid Avenue is hinted to in the painting?
Yeah, I could accept
Cleveland
that it
painting.
is. Yeah, I could accept it. Yeah, yeah,
do.
in a way. Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Okay, so let's say it is. Let's say it is.
Yeah.
I personally believe it is.
Yeah.
That's my, what I believe. So now I know most people, I'm pretty sure most people will agree that Liberty Boulevard is also represented in the painting. Okay. And as is Parkgate Avenue. Okay. So when you look at a map, interestingly, and I don't believe it's coincidental, but you could take from the terminal tower or from Public Square, which is right and out in front of the terminal tower, you could take Euclid Avenue all the way down to Liberty Boulevard. You could take Liberty Boulevard north to Parkgate Avenue. Parkgate Avenue, of course, we all know, as you come across Parkgate Avenue, you pass the Italian Cultural Garden. I just don't see how you can, accept that those streets are hinted with painting and not believe that they're hinting to a path from the terminal tower, which is, by the way, right across the street from the public.
Well, if you want to call that,
I just don't get
if you
it
want to,
when people
you
don't
can call
see it
that
as a path.
If you want to call it a path, that I don't know. Yeah, okay, it's a path or directions. Certainly directions that you come down. Yeah, if that's how you work those clues, that's how I drove to the gardens just last week. But yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily. I don't know why you think that's. What's the path have to do with it? I don't get that part.
Because the way I see that puzzle and all of the puzzles, incidentally, is that the clues that we're given in the paintings are basically, I can't help but think of the reference of Eat at Joe's. I don't know if anybody remembers the sign Eat at Joe's, right? Which is like a giant arrow that kind of points to the restaurant. It was an old advertisement from years ago. I feel like the clues that we're given in each of these paintings is creating one of those Eat at Joe's signs, which are basically pointing us to the dig spot and telling us how, they're basically pointing to that dig spot by way of creating a path from point A to point B.
Well, yeah, but you're just talking about the painting, and I don't think that all the paintings, all 12, do the same thing, because I don't think.
No, you're right. And I agree with you on that much. You're not going to find in every painting clues that point you step by step to the dig spot. There's not always going to be an image match to get you to the final spot. In a lot of cases, you're going to have to rely on the verse to bridge that last mile, so to speak, from the last image match to the dig spot. But the painting is going to at least get you 75% of the way there.
Well, in some cases, maybe, but I disagree that it's the same 75% in every painting, because it's just not. We know it's always been said that some are verse heavy, some are more image heavy. But
Is that where you get crabs when you eat at Joe's?
oh, we used to down here. There was a Joe's Crab Shack, but they went out of business.
That's what I think.
Personally, long ago, I remember going to San Francisco and coming home with crabs, but that's another.
Oh,
Wrong crabs.
Yeah.
Can I throw in my 2 cents?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, as of putting a radius around something, I think the painting has already given you your boundaries by giving you lat longs. So if you have 4 numbers of lat long, you draw your square, and it's within that square.
Well, it is.
I agree.
That's a big patch of real estate.
That's your start point.
Yeah, it is within.
Narrow it down from there. You can't just say, it's 4 miles from a building. It's 10 miles. It's within that square somewhere. Whether it starts within in one corner and moves you to another. That's If
you have a definitive lat long, definitive lat long clue that gives you a regional section of that state, then the city limits that it points to
Well,
within that is going to give you
the city
another
limits, but it's the city
smaller.
limits in 1982. So you have to, find that map, and because city limits expand, or contract.
Whoa.
But the only guaranteed thing that you can point to within the painting is the lat long numbers that everyone, well, not everyone, that most people agree to, that there are, so many of them. Some have 4, some have 3, some have 2,
Right.
some have none. But there's other methods on the one that has none.
So on that point, then some are more agreed upon than others, Latin long, meaning that they're clearer to see.
Well, I'm still looking for the lat long in a few of the paintings. I mean, even the the givens. I mean, I went to 12 Treasures and wrote down all the numbers that are associated with that, but they're not all listed on there. So there are some that have all 4. There's some that have 3, some that have 2, and some that have none. So
Which
it's
ones
only 2, then-
specifically are you still looking for? Just out of
Okay. Well, the 4 for
Curiosity,
San
I'm just
Francisco are
curious.
there. There are only 3 that are listed for Charleston. So there's the 33, the 79, and the 80. I can't find the 34.
Okay.
I can find a 36, but that's kind of ridiculous to go that far.
I'm just amused by hearing this because these are answers that I expected to hear, and I'm just amused because I too struggled with those numbers in the beginning, right? But I've heard things over the years that have since kind of got me on the right track, and I understand that not everybody's exposed to those things that I heard along the way, at least not yet. So,
Are we? I don't know if we're in agreement that is the Cleveland and the Chicago one. They have 2 or 4 or what? How many?
Yeah, the Cleveland one is if you mirror the numbers that are on the wall, then you're going to get your 81. Well, 81 and 18, which you only get 3. So you're getting 81 and you're getting 41 and 42.
And then Chicago?
Chicago, I found the 41, 42, 87, 88, yes.
Okay, so we have 4 for the found ones that we all agree on.
I couldn't find the 4th one in
Oh, sorry.
Cleveland.
Right. Okay. So 3 at least for
Well,
the
yeah,
2 solved
the thing
ones.
about the Cleveland one, yeah, I mean, if you go, 80, anything past 82, obviously, you're going to be close to pretty much in water.
So which other ones have at least 3 clear?
Well, for me, the only ones that have 3, let's see, St. Augustine, I could find 3. Houston, I could find, obviously you already talked about it, but really there's only 2 because the 6 is cut off. You have to infer that it's a 6 in 96. Montreal, I think there's 1 listed, but it's kind of, it's in the hair. It's kind of, hinky, kind of looks like 37, but, I don't know. And see, Boston only has 2, and New York, I believe, only has 2. I didn't get through that one yet. But... Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sure. Say again?
Do I need any more? No, I don't. I'm just trying to identify. He asked the question. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you weren't asking me. You were asking who was asking
the reason
initial question.
the reason I'm asking is for a categorization, which ones have more and which ones have less, kind of thing.
I think I said it once before that if you look at all the lat longs in each of them as best you can, and I'll actually send you something.
Wow. Vegas scored again. Oh, sorry.
So, if you look at the lat longs, that the way they did clues, it seems that sometimes the clue was used as more important, very important. I would say, like Houston, the 4 numbers, even though they got cropped off and stuff, the intent was the 4 numbers were going to give you that lat long box, and the city of Houston was going to be within that. Okay, so it's like a real rebus to Milwaukee. You don't need lat longs for Milwaukee because you got a rebus. New York has 2 numbers, which kind of just give you a corner, but it kind of narrows, kind of goes through the area of New York City. It kind of still pinpoints. But because you had a Statue of Liberty face, whether or not you believe that's the Statue of Liberty face, it wasn't, the lat long isn't quite as important to narrow that area down because you sort of go, oh yeah, lat long. You know what I mean? So some of the lat longs were used were more important of a clue than others needed to be because there were other clues, if that makes sense.
I'd like to point out.
Las Vegas scored.
Yeah, they did. I'm watching a heck of a hockey game. Sorry, everybody.
Okay.
Hey, I just wanted to point out that the Jay posted that picture in the chat. I think it was, and I'm assuming is that Milwaukee? Is that what that is?
That's Cleveland.
Oh, Cleveland. Okay, sorry. I don't know. I don't know why it's weird. I saw and I was like thumbing through the book and I saw the cape looking thing that comes off the lady, if you will, in the Milwaukee painting. It looked a lot like the outline that was just put on the screen. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, the crazy thing about Cleveland is if you follow Euclid Avenue all the way east, almost to where it starts, it's still within the box. Hey, we're all friends here. Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah, I've given up on them, honestly. I'm not.
I'm just, yeah.
No.
Now George is talking about me, but that's okay. I'm just kidding. Yeah. I think maybe part of the problem is that those 10% are some of the most vocal people in the groups, so we're hearing from them the most, and you kind of get the impression that they represent more than 10% of the people, when maybe that's not actually true. Maybe they are just the 10%. Well, I can tell you, George, I can tell you what motivates me to push back on that 10% of the people. I'm always concerned about the newbies to the hunt, which maybe I'm still kind of in that category to some degree, but I feel like those vocal people are what the newbies they're reading, right? That's the information the newbies are exposed to. And I feel like I have an obligation to set the record straight, at least for their benefit.
So I have to agree on the point of what George is saying and everybody else. So I've been a big user of the Facebook groups for probably 5 years or something, maybe 3 years, and I was just going on there to search more about New Orleans or see what's been posted about New Orleans, and I came across somebody posting about a linkage between litany and painting that didn't vibe with me, and that's how I came up with the idea to search for a loop or whatever. And it was because somebody was trying to make a link where there didn't need to be one that I even started that whole thing. It took me away from actually my normal searching of what people are finding. And so I would agree that that's actually, it's kind of noise,
Hey, that's a Marines reference, you know. Yeah, I agree with that completely. Totally agree.
How did you know that? I mean, see, these are the things
Oh,
that newer people to the
yeah.
hunt aren't going to necessarily know the history of. So they're left to draw their own conclusions.
But they don't need to. No.
Yeah, I kind of
I
agree with that.
agree.
I do. I do.
I just
Things
want
tend
to
to
say
stick.
that
Things tend to stick a little more when they are the ones that discover it themselves. Instead of being led to it.
I just want to say that I think it's important that as a fairly new searcher compared to most here, that it's important to have a creative space where you can speak with other people like-minded, whether you agree with what they think or feel or not. Um, it's important to embrace. I don't want to say new blood. That's not a good answer there, but just a creative space where people can ask questions. And that's what's important for me as a newbie, if you will, is to be able to speak to people that A, have some credibility, and B, understand different thinking. Um,
Yeah.
you know, eh, sure. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. And this
Uh,
is fun. Yeah, I know I've been having fun with it too. I wasn't doing these podcasts before this, and I make a lot of jokes. I make references that I know go over everybody's head unless it's specifically directed at you. But I've been having fun like talking to new people, and I appreciate like Daniel and Mark and the pizza guy that I feel bad. I always forget pizza person's real name, but that you guys are like showing up and hanging out with us. So I'm just having fun with it.
Pizza
I'm
guy.
not an expert. I don't, yeah, the pizza person.
Hey man, that's my favorite pizza.
Yeah.
it looks good. Thanks. I'm hungry.
It looks
Oh,
really good.
I see the pizza guy. I get it. Yeah, Scott.
Yeah, it's his profile. Oh, okay, Scott. Yes.
Oh man. But no, I do want to say thank you, Steve, for hosting George, everybody here. I mean, it's great to have a forum where you can bounce ideas off of people or get feedback as to what you're thinking, and I think it's really wonderful. Thank you.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
thanks for hanging out with us.
Thing, but George is right. Like some point, we got to focus. You know, I don't know how to do that, George. Exactly how to get the right focus because everybody has a different focus lately. But you know, it's
Yeah, but that's because then they don't get any other alt people who are like, yeah,
right.
we're all the same alt people together, and it's
Hey,
all in
good, Eric.
Las Vegas. No, it's just you.
Well, these chats, George, as you've been enough of them now, you see that we get a variety of people, which is kind of fun, and we try not to stay on the, too big on that one topic. Sometimes we did get on the city thing, but so sometimes it's fun to, some of them are fun, some aren't.
I have a question for George actually, and you would probably know, or maybe somebody here does. And one of the things that's been bothering me about the St. Augustine painting is the conquistador on the horse at top. And, I forget what they call it. They call it a lead line for a horse or whatever it is, where it comes out of their bridle and all that. And you can tie a horse off to a hitching post. Are you aware of any areas in St. Augustine where there are hitching posts nearby? It just bothered me that the conquistador is sitting there with a basically a lead line on a horse. I'm not a horse aficionado. I forget the name of what they call it, but I guess my question would be, why was that put into the painting that way? Is it trying to tell you to look for something, or is it just the way it was painted? You know?
Right. But didn't
Yeah.
yeah, like
So
once
Daniel,
Spanish
just so you know,
horses.
I believe the horse is a clue. It's a big clue to the path to treasure ground in St. Augustine.
Right.
Brains, thank you.
yes,
Don't they fall in St. Augustine at times or something? Yeah.
that's what I hear. And people get that tattooed on their
Over the
arms.
tall grass. That's right.
It's right there in the painting.
That makes sense.
All grass.
Well,
Aw, does that make George and I like blood brothers? Because I've got the Asters tattoo and he's got his own St. Augustine tattoo.
I don't know if it makes you blood brothers, but I'm gonna tattoo my.
No, we're Florida mans. That's what we are. We're Florida mans.
You're Florida man, yeah. I'm gonna tattoo some places. The 12 tread. I know. I thought about it. Well, it was either going to be the 982, the way the numbers overlap and they're on the bottom of the column. Just saying. Or I know something like that. I thought about getting a whole big train, but that seemed to be excessive.
Yeah, that's probably too much there,
Yeah,
Steve.
might be too much.
Yes. Yes, you're LA.
You guys
You're
laugh,
LA.
but I am considering it right now. I could get the symbol and then the George's
I'll
thing
hook you
there.
up with
his
my
icon.
artist.
I could get George's icon right there on my cheek. Yeah. All right, I'll think about it. That's what people do. Yeah. Yeah, you think it's funny, but when I moon you guys, you're going to say, oh, there's George. There's George, son of a gun. Yeah, I'll get all of you. I'll get one of each.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, please do it.
Yeah. There you go.
Stickers and sell them on the website. I will buy one.
Make sure you don't have chap ass when you do it.
Chap ass.
Sorry.
Erica talked on. I wanted Erica. She was going to say something about the anniversary hunt website or something. If Erica, if you want to say something about that, because that is a nice site. I guess.
Normal people are coming. Okay, I'll be on my best behavior.
Why? Well, let's. I don't know if it's a website or a page or something. Erica, come on. There you. Okay. She'll tell us. Well, she'll tell you. That's how I'll do that. Oh, really? Oh. We're still streaming. Hi, boys and girls out there who needed to come here and tell me some things because I've had to fill in a lot of blank time. Erica, where are you? There you are. George doesn't know about that page or website or whatever you guys said. Tell us.
Yeah, he's got like 6,000 pages. Mine's just small. Mine's just ditty little bitty. It's not cool at all. Like it's just silly. Anyway, so we got like 20 people to, I think it's only at like 13 anyway. But so we got like 13 people together and took all of the clues that we think we know. Well, I don't know, if 20 people agree on something, that's pretty good chance. But anyway, so we just like organized all the stuff you said on a website. That's all it is. It's not. It's cool for like someone coming in or someone just restarting and stuff. But I just added it to Pixelia. It was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But like it's all the squad. You got the Kathy, you got Jess and Jimmy and Rachel and everyone. And so if 12 people say, yeah, this happened, I mean, it went on there. It was pretty cool. But it's pixelia.com/anniversary hunt. I just added it
How do
onto
you spell it?
Pixelia.
Okay.
PIXELLA.com/anniversary hunt. And you have to have the /anniversary hunt on there or it's going to take you to something else I did.
Oh.
I think the link was posted in the anniversary, right?
Yeah. Here,
Yeah,
hold
you
on, I
just
can write it. Good call. Good call.
you can post it in the chat.
It's a nice if
collection.
you want to catch up on stuff. I think Pinecone had asked about it, or he looked at it, and if you wanted to catch up on stuff that you had said, or they had on the cruise, things that came out, or whatever, it's all kind of there. So it's a nice spot where anybody interested could at least should go there. It's kind of a good introduction.
I pretty much just did the HTML and CSS. They did the rest. Everyone else that's on that list really did the rest, Yes.
Hey, I know it's pretty impressive for.
Sorry. Yes.
See, and George, you could add. They probably let you add something you want to say on there, like look under the bush, or.
Actually, if you see anything wrong,
Right.
If you see anything wrong, you let me know.
Change it, or have them change.
I don't. I thought you were going to go. Chaz Michaels is figure skating. Wow. Do you watch Blades of Glory? You ever seen that movie?
Not
You've never seen Blades of Glory? Classic. Will Ferrell's one of my faves. What?
I hate Will Ferrell too. I can't stand that guy. I don't think he's funny.
Hating on Will. Yeah, it's I love it though.
Anyways, that was what Erica was supposed to tell us about. And Kathy was on here earlier. She fell off. And your other friend, how do you say her name? Air.
I think it's Air.
Air.
Just Air.
It's like Air. Oh, here she comes. Or Air.
Yeah.
Like that.
Are Jess and Jimmy on here? They helped
They
too.
were earlier, but they've fallen off since.
Yeah, it's just Air.
They didn't want to stay with the big dogs. They just gave up.
Rachel, can you explain just a little bit more of what it is? Because I am not good at it.
Who's Rachel? There's only Air.
Sorry.
I'm kidding.
My bad.
So you want me to explain the website?
Yeah, like just what we did, like or how we went through that night and then had like the other people test it. I don't know. I'm not good at
so it was a community effort. However, it was sorry, I have a cold right now, so I sound really bad. Erica put most of the work putting it all together on the website though. So huge kudos for that. But we would get on Zoom calls, and grab the information, go over, what we thought would be the best for newcomers coming into the hunt to be able to catch up.
Mm-hmm.
And, we know some people might not use it, or maybe some of the hints will even hurt, but we wanted to make it available to everyone in an easy, cohesive format. Just to help out others. I mean, that's basically what it is.
it's very nice. Oh, Kathy's there now. Kathy can add to whatever she wants to say.
Hi, Kathy.
Someone else go. I talk way too damn much. This is a good Kathy question. Where's Kathy? Kathy!
Isn't that just a map of spots that you made?
So
aren't-
do you remember? Yeah, so it's like the Mark Van Dam spot map, but these are places that people submitted or dig. Like Doug, Melissa DeSchulte kind of came up with the idea.
It took them 20
Mine went
minutes. Go ahead. Sorry.
Where did your brain go?
Mine went to song lyrics, but that's, how mine works.
I was thinking sweet Melissa.
Me
Oh.
too. Me too. Thank you.
Yep.
You even have an
yeah.
ex named Melissa?
No, but did you?
Yeah, I think I knew that.
Oh, I think we got a breakthrough.
No, the Bedford Forest people are about to go insane.
But you deal with creepy freaking people too when you deal with that many people, so. Oh, good. I hope people find the humor in me.
Great. How many? How many are still like? How big is the anniversary hunt group or page or whatever you guys? Is it
5 people. I'm just kidding.
no?
I think it's
Just
nine.
the whole.
nine-
No, I meant like. Do you have the Facebook page still?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And there's
I think
5 people.
956.
I'm in the group and I don't
We
think
have
I've ever commented.
958.
There you go. Nice. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Right.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
that's what-
really cool. That's really cool. And yeah, like I met Kathy, but I don't even really follow the anniversary hunt at all. But I know that like you and Steve know what's going on in my situation right now, and I'm happy to be sitting here just hanging out with you guys.
Well,
you
that's
know?
that's part of the Sunday evening chats. That's our.
Yeah. Right.
Right. And it's usually, it sometimes we drift off into topics, I was telling them how I'm now, in the inner circle with you, George. I've promoted myself and told them all the secret things you get to know, that you put the napkin on your lap and not under your chin. You pass the salt and say, please.
Oh, no, you took him to a fancy restaurant, George.
Yeah. Of course it was fancy.
Wait, Wait, so where do you put your napkin?
In his lap, sure.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Oh no. Yes. Oh no. And they still let us go back in that restaurant. I told them that disappointing the restaurant did not serve your own George Ward chicken parm burrito thing.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh
that
my
was
god,
it.
that
I
sounds
forgot the
so
name.
good because Steve was talking about a chicken parm burrito, and I was like thinking, what the f is Steve saying? And George eats chicken parm burritos. Okay, what you're saying makes sense.
It's an Italian burrito. No. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Right, that's cool. Yeah,
When I
that
come
sounds
down, I have
amazing.
to eat there. It sounds
But
amazing.
they didn't make it for us that night, so yeah, no, it was good. We're good. I was telling them all the secrets I was learning and everything, and I still don't know nothing. I still don't know nothing. So I'm in the club.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, but
Oh,
it's,
yeah, I was
yeah.
we know nothing. I was gonna say somebody was asking about the hitching post thing before, but George, at the meetup at the oldest house, that park where the book was being sold, didn't Chompy have a picture of, isn't there like a horse head thing in that park that kind of might match? It's not really a hitching post, or am I making this up? Am I misremembering something? Yeah, no, but not that. Isn't there a horse-looking thing?
I think
Oh,
I've
I
seen,
think
I've
Chompy
seen
had a
pictures of
thread. Yes, whatever I'm
on
talking
top.
about is in a
I think it's like a
Chompy thread.
it's like a horse head thing on a steel
Yes.
post
Yeah.
or something. But I don't.
It's in here.
Yeah, I don't. I
Yeah,
think it's
it's in here
ornamental more than
somewhere.
anything. Yeah. So maybe
But
Daniel down. Yeah. Right. It's more an ornamental top of a pole that maybe keeps people
yeah.
from running their cars in through or something. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was in that, but I can find it myself if I go look.
Yeah. I don't know either. But so yeah, so that's what happened today. We chatted about everything there, George. And were you listening the whole time? Okay. I didn't think you were going to be listening. Good, because there was a few times when you shouldn't have been. No, I'm kidding.
I don't
It
talk
just
shit about you on the internet.
no. We wait until we get off. Yeah, no. It was a slow start, but then we got into a few others, and nothing urgent. But it was just a Sunday night and Memorial Day weekend, so really I didn't know if anybody would be that bored to come on here. So yeah, yes. I'll tell you what, because he never came on. Screw him. The friend, you know who Derek is, George? On Facebook, Derek He posted they booted him the other day. I think that's the second time he got booted. He's that one that goes on about, well, he put one of them I copied because I've known him from down here, and then he texts me once in a while. He lives up in Cleveland, in Chicago. But he's in honor of being Cleveland Cast Day. Can somebody ask Brian Zinn something, since he spent years thinking the Greek painting was Philly? And then he goes on and on and on. And he's had a bunch of these things, and I don't know what the last one was. Roanoke, I don't forget, but yeah, somehow they blocked him, and he texts me. He goes, "I think I just got booted off and stuff. Can you tell him?" And I'm saying, I said, I can't tell him anything. I don't know anybody. I don't know what you did or what you didn't do, but. Anyway, so he goes, "Well, you're in the inner circle," and I'm like, "Oh, for Pete's sakes!" I said I had dinner with George when I was in St. Augustine. He all of a sudden now he was like, "You're in the inner circle. Tell George." I'm like, "Yeah." Anyway, yeah, he's an alternate, yes. And so he was really promoting you.
Okay, yeah, I replied to him on the Facebook.
Okay.
I don't know, last week or 10 days ago about something.
He's just.
But
he can be a nice. He's one of those. He's a nice guy, but he's. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. 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 That's him. That's Derek.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I got a big kick out of it because I'm like, I don't know. I knew it was coming because he was doing the alternate thing, and these are just reruns. I've heard these. I've sat in the Herman Park because he lives in this area half the year. Anyways, I've met him at the park, and we've sat and talked, and I've heard all those over and over. And I thought he was going to come on Discord and come on finally, because I said, you want to say something, don't be derogatory, but you can come and say something, ask a question, see if anybody wants to. But he never does. He never does. But anyways. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the post that
Yeah, well, no,
that's the post that I replied to with I replied to that.
Yeah, no, well, he thinks I should be.
I never looked again.
Yeah, well, he thinks I should call you. I was ready to call you. By the way, people, I don't even have George's phone number. So there you go. That's how close up we are now. No, I know.
I was to say 867-5309.
Of course, that's my number.
No, I thought you did it through Discord. So I don't know. I don't
have George's number. I chat with George.
I never would think I could.
I have Steve's number.
Yeah, but it's not a big deal. I'm just. No. We've always done it through Facebook or something other. Oh, you called me that one. I said that was a long time ago. He called me one night. Yeah. Yep. That's how it is, people. You've just learned. That's what we talked about over dinner.
Yep.
The commitment
is the proper noun.
The commitment that's on my back now. And Rachel, she was supportive. She goes, "Good.
Wrong,
I'm
Rachel.
glad you're doing it because I think it's stupid. Yeah. Rachel,
Well, then get real, Rachel.
Rachel said, no, she good. Not that we're doing
I
anything.
love Rachel.
Me too.
Yeah, we have-
Note to
I
self:
always
no
wanted her
gift
to
for
come hang out
Rachel
with
for the
me.
next meetup.
No. Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
Well, I got to hang out with Destiny, so that was cool too.
She was there too. So both of them. And
Oh, yeah, nice.
I made her laugh, or she gave the funniest expression when I said, "Oh yeah, I remember you were on the podcast. We know Destiny from the podcast," and it was like she was surprised that like anybody remembered that she was, and like, or she was just happy somebody remembered she did a podcast. Yeah, a little bit, but she smiled. She laughed. At that point, she knew I was a nut, so she let that.
She was probably laughing at you, Steve.
She was glad. Ashley was running towards the car away. No, George, I tried to describe the painting from what I saw. Oh my God, it's hard to describe, and so it was amazing experience just to see and say, wow. So now we want to have you got to arrange a gallery, the big gallery.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Right. The artifacts, then all the distractions that you don't see. I know. Yes. No, right. I get it. Right. Some of us have seen the detail. Some of us have.
Oh, I just realized when I come to pick up the wheel, does that mean I get to see the painting?
There you go. Oh, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. Oh, wait a minute now, George. She gets to see the museum? Now I'm inside. I'm teasing. I'm kidding. I know why. I think I might have told everybody why, by the way. Don't hope that wasn't a total. I didn't use names. I just might have told them that there was a rowdy bunch at the house. No. That was never my intent. I know. No, I get it. I can't believe it. Yeah.
I don't know the details, but I know
Yes,
that
you do.
something happened.
I told you the other day. I know there is. I had a plan to just start sticking it under my shirt or whatever. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, well, next time I realize that, there's a stages to the inner circle that you have to work up to. So next visit to Jacksonville and the Florida district.
Well, next time you come to the Florida, that's what I wanted to talk about too, because the other JJ, like I saw the far field when it was down at the Watercolor Society traveling thing in Sarasota, like a year or two ago, but his next painting is coming next year, so we really should organize something and try to. Yes, yeah, the Bell.
Yeah.
We should, because Rob's got his restaurant down there. I don't know if it's open again yet or not, but we should really organize a little thing. because I'll go. That'd be freaking cool.
Well, the inner circle will talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've got time. It's next year, you know.
Right. Right. But
And that
it was.
painting really will be at that gallery in Sarasota, and I'm here, and there's plenty of people in Florida and other people. Like, let's make a thing of it.
We just got, and if nothing else, we could just post a date and say we're all, a few of us going to
Yeah,
be there.
we're all gonna hang out on a weekend. We're just gonna
come
hang
out.
out. We're gonna hang
That's
out.
where
It
we'll be.
doesn't have
And
to be a
you'll probably
not a big main event, just a little
right.
small gathering.
I mean, it becomes my first meetup. Is that what it is?
If we could do it.
Yeah, I knew there.
No.
Yeah, I got.
No, me.
No, I know. The
I posted a link from the archives.org. It's a copy of the first edition. I don't know. Did you put it up there, George? Okay, understand. It's just that in the inside flap it had your website on it. I just want
had your name.
Pretty cool.
Oh,
It had your name and
I got it.
address.
Weird.
Well,
I haven't seen
yeah.
it. I got to go back and look at chat.
It's
okay, nice.
pretty in depth. I mean, it's got whoever put it together did a lot of work. Yeah. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, when I went through it, I was like, "Man, I haven't seen this picture." And download. Haven't seen this picture. Copy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh wow.
Oh, I thought I was blocked on YouTube earlier, but I was in the visitation network of a major network, and like I couldn't see YouTube. It was like, no, this is restricted, and I was like, what the?
We tried to keep you out. We tried to
That's
keep
what
you
I
out.
thought. I thought,
Yeah.
yeah, because on YouTube in the upstairs room that I was in, I couldn't
Yeah.
see the YouTube, and I was like, oh, now I'm user banned. Good for me, wonderful. But then when I got home, it fixed itself.
Yeah. Who is this you in the YouTube?
Yes, except except an
Yeah,
I can't reboot
well, I
the
call it
YouTube because all the lights are
Yeah.
off.
I know. And I call it the Discord too, and the Reddit, and the Walmart. Like I do that as
Well,
that's
you're
part
the
of my
Sarah.
shtick.
I'm the Steve.
I am
Everybody's
the Sarah. Yeah,
the should be the
Yeah.
burn style. Oh, I like that. Oh, George,
the burn
were
style.
you always the burn style, or did you change that?
About a month ago.
Yes, thank you. I like that. That's so. Exactly.
I pay attention to everything.
Well, I'm
Also,
sorry.
clearly, I'm eccentric.
I would have introduced myself to you as Steve, and the burn style. But there you go. Wow. It makes you feel better, don't it? When you hear the Steve. I don't even like being called Steve anymore out there. I want to be called the Steve in public.
I don't know. I thought it was funny. Like the first day that I changed my profile picture to like, okay, this is my actual real face. And then all of a sudden George pops in and he's like, hey guys, you guys want to be on the live YouTube tonight? And we're
Right.
just like, sure, whatever. And it's like, no, now I'm really I'm stuck
Yeah.
this way. Good for me. My mom always said, you know, keep making that face and you'll get stuck this way. And now I'm stuck this way.
I'm thinking I have to move up to maybe getting one of them camera things that hook on here so I can, we can
Oh,
do, yeah, the face people.
I could,
But then
yeah, I
Can
you
you
could
don't,
AI
definitely do
it so your
that.
mouth moves when you're talking?
yeah, well, you don't really want to see some of my looks. It's funny because I know that if somebody was watching, and George, you must be pretty good at it, to not make a face if you hear something that, like, yeah.
He's
I
so good at it. He makes the faces. Have you watched him? He makes the
Yeah, I know. But it can be it can give me away real easy on some when I'm trying to be constructive. This is as good as it gets. So you better be supportive because this is it. This is I don't know, the quality is getting better or worse, but all I know is Jay has been very quiet tonight. I hope he's okay. He's listening, but
He's waiting for everyone to go so we can have the normal conversation that we have, when there's just
you want to do that 3 a.m. kind of conversation? Yeah, well, I guess so. Yeah, you're probably better. I don't know.
Normies out there listening to us.
That's like nothing. That's but you know what?
Standing